Good morning and welcome to the NHRDA World Finals. My name is Scott Heaton. I'm joined by Randy Cole. It is Championship Saturday, my friend. We started in Arizona. We went to Oklahoma, then on to Montana. Texas is the home of the World Finals. We're going to crown national points champions. We're going to champion world champions right here this afternoon.
And we got ODSS versus NHRDA, so we got a team competition. ODSS is mostly out on the East Coast. NHRDA is pretty much Texas to the West Coast. One time a year that the Diesel family gets to get together, but we're going to battle it out for the championship, take the trophy home. NHRDA has it 2 years in a row, but I have a feeling ODSS might be taking it back to the East Coast today.
It will be interesting to see how that race within the race works out as we go into today's event. Starting this morning, we're going to go to the TTTPA sled pulls. The Texas Truck and Tractor Puller Association. The 300 feet of fun is going to be the first thing this afternoon. We've got one round of qualifying left to go. We had two last night for the drag racers, and then we get into the elimination rounds. Vendors, sponsors, racers have made it a great 2025.
They have, and last night we saw Philip Franklin. Philip Franklin broke his world record. And again, I called it before he ran. I said, I think I'm going to see a 470 this weekend. Philip Franklin said if they wouldn't have had that little hiccup at the starting line, it would have been a 470 run. I don't know if it's a 479 or a 470. It's going to be a 470. I also talked to Wade Minter. They think they got the bugs worked out on that. They're going to bring some more horsepower. They went into tire shudder. As long as that track holds today, we should see two new world records here at the Texas Motorplex.
And you always have an opportunity to see a third in the hot rod semi class. You never know. World records are set. They're hard to break. That's why it's called a world record. You don't get it every pass down track.
You are correct. So Mario Monette has been in the 10s, right? So in Canada, he's been in the 10s, which would shatter the record. So, but he ran 12s yesterday because it's all about air, right? You come down to Texas at 100-degree temperature, that air factor changes everything. So it's going to be a great day. But I'm super excited to go to the truck and tractor pulls.
So we've got truck and tractor pulls coming up in just a few moments. Randy is going to step out. We are going to bring in Racer for Christ. That is Clint Parker. But first, those of you that are watching us on Diesel TV around the world and those of you that are here at the Texas Motorplex, we would like to observe a moment of silence for those in the 9/11 tragedy 24 years ago in 2001. We would also like to share that moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. Because I know one thing. Jesus Christ said to him, "Well done, my good and faithful servant." Now, if you join us in prayer.
Dear Heavenly Father, we just come to you today. We ask you to keep your hand of protection over this facility, all the crews, all the spectators, all the staff. We just give you all the glory for allowing us to be here to do something that we love. We thank you for your forgiveness. We ask you to be with our military all around the world and our first responders. But first and foremost, we thank you for sending your son to die on the cross for our sins. We give you all the honor and glory of this day in Jesus' name. Amen.
If you'd please remain standing. Or please rise. If you're wearing a hat, please uncover. Join us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rugged red glare, the bombs burst
drag strip to the 300 feet of fun on the sled pulls. We're going to send it down to the TTTPA for the sled pull competition. Fantastic to have everybody with us on Diesel TV and here at the Texas Motorplex. Let's go racing. Tech is open the rear of the staging lanes. Tech is open from 10 until noon. If you're back there at 12:01, you're going to miss out. Make sure you're getting over to the NHRDA trailer, get your tech card, fill it out in its entirety, sign it, get to the rear of staging, take care of your business so you can get into the national points and the world championship try. And all classes coming up, we're going to go into that from 10 to noon on Tech. 1 p.m. mandatory drivers meeting, and then right onto the racetrack for the third and final qualifier of the NHRDA World Finals weekend at the Texas Motorplex. Texas Truck and Tractor Puller Association going to light up the 300 feet of fun as we get ready to play here on Saturday. No better place to be than right here, right now. The Texas Motorplex are on Diesel TV for the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series World Finals Championship Day.
Okay, I'm turning the radio over to Scott Heaton, and we are ready for the first poll.
Thank you. So down on the 300 feet of fun, truck and tractor pulling coming our way. The thing about truck and tractor pulling is, where do you practice? How do you set up a practice? You know, drag racing, you at least can do a track rental or a test and tune. But when it comes to sled pulling, you got to have your stuff right. You don't get practice. You don't get qualifying. It is a one and done deal. However, there are two caveats to being one and done. If you are first in class, you have first right of refusal. If you think the sled is hooked right, and we're going to go right into limited modified tractors. The 5,200-pound class, this is Robert Kiki in Mean Green. The Oliver Model 88, powered by a 410 cubic inch Chevrolet motor. Loves to restore old tractors, dubs Robert Kiki. 317.8 feet, 317 and 8. The distance on Robert Kiki and Mean Green. For those of you that are hanging out over there along the pulling field, you can tune your radio to, I think it's 88.7 on your FM dial. And he is going to keep that pull. So as first in class, he did have first right of refusal. The other way you get a second chance at it is if you're able to shut that thing down before 75 feet. If you're able to control it, get it woed before 75 feet, they will drag you back to the start line and give you that second opportunity, as they did a tremendous job starting on that 300-foot pulling field yesterday evening. Worked that thing all afternoon, all evening into the dark. And then they were back here at the crack of dawn this morning trying to put together a tremendous pulling field down there on the right-hand side of the drag strip. So it's an opportunity for everybody to get a hook here in the limited modified tractor. Again, that is a 5,200-pound class, 410 cubic inch limit. They got to run gasoline. Cut tires are aight, and they like to see nothing more than 750 horsepower in this limited modified tractor class. So the very first hook was Robert Kiki, out to 317 feet, 8 inches, I believe was the number. And that is going to be the leader of the limited modified tractors as Robert is done with his hook. Next up is going to be Raymond Mahalite, the Little Play Ray, farmer of cotton and corn from El Campo, Texas. 560 Farmall with a 406 cubic inch Chevrolet motor. The limited modified class is going to make the next hook. Once again, every puller is going to have an opportunity to have a semblance of the same racetrack as that crack crew from the Texas Truck and Tractor Puller Association. Obviously, they will do a cleanup after every pass. I used to think that going at the tail end of the field in sled pull competition, used to think that that would be a little bit tougher. The deeper you go into the field, the more the track would go away. But the last couple of years, and I do about, 8 to 10 pulls a year, and the last couple of years, I've been noticing that those at the tail end of the field sometimes, I don't know if it's just because they know the number they need to run to win, or if the racetrack actually gets a little bit better, maybe get a little bit soft on the start, but a little bit firmer in the middle as they start getting more and more weight, more trucks and tractors down track. As the Little Play Ray comes up. Are you able to hear distances? As you can see, that was a serpent-style pass, anything but a straight line trajectory for Raymond Mahalik. 338.6. 338 feet is going to go to the lead here in the limited modified tractor class. So the Farm Hall has went to the top of the leaderboard in Little Play Ray, 338 and 6. Once again, the FM dial on your radio is 88.7. So if you're down there in the sled pull area, just turn your stereo up, turn your radio up. 88.7. We know that there's only one speaker that is kind of shooting at you guys. We truly appreciate the Texas Motorplex trying to facilitate so everybody can hear what's going on, even though you are trackside, and they do have visuals laid out for you. Calibrated from the sled to the scoring and timing CompuBox to give us the official distance. Once again, all of those visual aids are just that. They're actually not indicative of how they're measuring. Again, that is a electronic system that is calibrated to the sled. Sled starts off at about 50,000 pounds of dead weight, and then as that weight transfer box matriculates to the front of the sled, and allows that bottom pan that's got chevrons welded into it to help auger into Mother Earth and what I call synthetic weight. By the time they get to the 300-foot mark, typically about 250,000 pounds of synthetic weight. And as they get bigger in horsepower, they can add slugs of weight to the sled and the weight transfer box. And I'm sure if we get into those limited pro diesel four-wheel drives and the pro stocks, that there might be a little bit of a sled change that will happen as our hook number 3 and the final hook here in the limited modified tractor class is going to be Moby. Moby is driven by Robert Kiki from Brenham, Texas, and Oliver Super 88. Powered by a Ford 351W, the Windsor block. Moby was previously owned by Mark Ripper. Now Robert Kiki is running Moby. 338 feet is the number to beat on that 300 feet of fun. Obviously, it went from a 300-foot finish line to a floating finish, as every one of these limited modifieds so far has been across the finish line. Plus, green flag is out, green light is on the sled, and it is time for Moby and Robert Kiki. Watch him roll into that hand throttle on that great diesel TV shot as he sends the Oliver Super 88 down the track. Wheels standing, bouncing, trying to keep that thing in a forward momentum. Runs out of wheel speed and RPM, time, room, and real estate. .9, 313 and 9 that time down track. So that will be a very close for the second place between, but it will be our winner in Little Play Ray that went 338 feet. So the cotton and corn farmer from El Campo gets the win here in our limited pro stock class in sled pulls. Pro Stock four-wheel drive is coming up. The Pro Stocker four-wheel drive 6,200-pound class must be on an OEM frame, fiberglass body, 485 cubic inch limit, powered by gasoline, 8,000 RPM limit, up to a claimed 1,000 horse in the 6,200-pound Pro Stock four-wheel drive class. A lot of this stuff I do over on in the solid West Coast area. This class is called Country Modified, so it is Pro Stock 4x4. We also have Econo rod, Limited Pro Diesel 4x4, Hot Farm, and the Pro Modified tractors. And Super Modified two-wheel drives. Roughly 28 hooks this morning to determine the NHRDA sled pull champions. Super cool to have the TTTPA come out and get that racetrack put together. It's not easy to do at a drag strip when you can't consistently use a pulling field when you've got to dredge that thing up. It's been a couple of years since we had the sled pulls. They're typically in that same spot. But again, by then, nature has taken over. Grass has grown up, so they got to go back in, rip that thing up. They had a big grader out there with ripper teeth on the back where they were able to turn the earth over yesterday early in the afternoon. Then they'd run the water truck, then they'd rip water. Then the roller came out and started to pack things down. I see they were right back at it this morning. I didn't see any ripping action today, just more of grade that happened this morning, getting that thing as level of a playing field and as firm as possible. That roller actually was running double trying to get that thing packed down. So far, it is looking good. We'll have to see how that thing holds up as we get deeper into it. But typically, the deeper into the evening, the deeper into the day that you go on the truck and tractor pulls, it is going to firm up a little bit there in the middle, is providing it doesn't create any kind of warble. When you start getting a warped racetrack, that's when you start seeing a whole lot of wheel hop. When they can get out of the hole solid and then gently, well, between the diesels and the gassers, I was going to say gently roll into the throttle. You're going to kind of see that in the gassers, that they do kind of incrementally get into it, where the diesel guys, they spool that thing up, dump it, and just let it eat right off the start. Typically, that's what you would see. So today, the gassers are starting off as we got our limited mod tractor is done. Now moving into the Pro Stock category, it will be Paul Tyus in Old School, an instructional specialist. Paluxy, Texas is home. It is a 1969 Chevy chassis, 485 cubic inch. And 7 years of pulling, brand new truck, first time down the track in this pickup. So we'll see how things handle for Paul Tyus and Old School. And it looks like they are adding a slug of weight, as I did anticipate. We got to add a little more weight to that weight transfer box. It will come up to the front of the sled, creating the actual weight that gets to the hitch. The heavier you are, the better off chance you have. If you think about just some of the things that you've pulled, whether it be a utility trailer, a camp trailer, a fifth wheel trailer, the heavier the vehicle you have, the easier the pull is. I personally know this from trying to drag a 1965 Winnebago. I don't think it's probably about 24 foot, weighs 462,905 pounds. Tried to pull it with my Honda Ridgeline. Absolutely was a no-go. Got into the 3/4 ton Ford and yanked that thing right along. So as we roll into Pro Stock four-wheel drive, 6,200 pound class, opening things up with Paul Tyus driving Old School. So Paul Tyus in Old School as we go to the top of the run order in Pro Stock 4-wheel drive. So again, he does a first right of refusal, whether he thinks the sled is set properly for the class. Old School rolling into the throttle. There's where they walk now. They'll get up to about 100 feet and then really get into the loud pedal. And the sled operator is just along for the ride with Paul Tyus in Old School. The 69 Chev. 334 feet 2, 334 and 2 for Paul Tyus in Old School. I would not imagine that he would turn that down, but I've seen stranger things from the drivers, and typically when you see him turn down a good run in the 330s, so Old School will keep that. As I was saying, typically I see these guys that'll get out there, the high teens into the 20s and 30s and go, nope, I'm going to come back at the end of the field. That would be the choice that they get. If they deny it, they come back at the end of the field. And 9 out of 10 times, they rarely run the number that they had in the very first hook as first in class. So a wise choice there, 334 feet and change, is go to the top of the leaderboard in Pro Stock 4x4 class. Next one in to make the hook. There are only 2 in this class, and that is Roy Tyus. So it's a battle of the Tyuses. This is a 2004 Chevrolet with a 485 cubic inch motor. Enjoy all the outdoor activities. Wonderful wife Lindsay and the 3 kids having some fun for Roy Tyus. I'm just realizing that's not true because Paul was typically the driver of Hammer Time. Roy is in it this time, so all of the stuff on the bottom of this sheet is not applicable to Roy. They do have the same last name. I'm going to assume they're in the same family, so it is Paul versus Roy Tyus. And typically when you have a family battle like this, that means during holiday season, somebody gets to sit at the adult table and the other one has to sit at the kiddie table. It's a little race within the race with a family rivalry going on here in our sled pull competition to conclude the 6,200-pound Pro Stock 4x4 class. So Roy Tyus in, what is it, a 2004-ish? It is a 2004 Chevrolet. Double stacker as he rolls up in Hammer Time. So he's going to need to be close to 340 feet if he wants to be the NHRDA sled pull champion at the World Finals weekend. Pro Stock 4x4. Hook has been made. Pulls attention tight on the attachment to that 50,000 pounds of dead weight that is sitting there on the start line of the X Factor sled. Wait for the green flag to come up there at the finish line end. That turns the green light on the tractor. That tells the driver, go get it. So Roy Tyus, Hammer Time. You got to love that noise. Pulling so the crowd can feel it. Roy Tyus and Hammer Time. 329.6, 329 and 6. That's not going to be enough. So Roy Tyus, he's going to sit at the kids' table this Thanksgiving as Paul gets to carve turkey. So that will conclude the Pro Stock 4-wheel drive class. Next up is Econo Rod. It also is a 6,200-pound class, 800 horse. You can have up to a 24.5-inch wide cut tires. So the 500 cubic inch limit, you can run gas or alcohol in this Econo Rod category. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Drag racers, drag racers. I've been bringing this information to you this morning. I apologize if you have not heard. Drivers' meeting has been postponed or pushed back until 1 p.m. We know what the website says. We know what the paperwork says. We do apologize, but they have made a change over to 1 o'clock for that mandatory drivers' meeting. Tech is open from 10 a.m. till noon. 12:01, you're too late. 1 p.m. we'll do that drivers' meeting and then get into our last qualifier. Right now we are sled pulling down on the 300 feet of fun in our Econo rod class. This is Wild Child, Andy Sandboth from Anson, Texas. 496 cubic inch Chevrolet big block motor. Guy's a farmer, cotton and wheat. Cotton and corn I got, cotton and wheat. I've yet to see a wheat field in this neck of the woods. So Born to be Wild. So 315.9 for Andy and the Wild Child, Born to be Wild. So 315 and 9. Remember, he does have the first rider refusal as first in class in Econo rod. If I was going to build one, I think I would build something like that. If you're a fan of truck and tractor pulling and you see some of the stuff from the NTPA, some of the stuff that they air on television late at night on those obscure channels, it's really fun to watch some of those, the mini sleds that are multi-engine. You know, they're like a 2-engine, but the things are like 13 feet long and 8 feet wide. Some of that stuff is absolutely phenomenal, and he is going to keep that 315-foot pass. So Andy and Wild Child will sit atop the leaderboard here in Econo rod. There are 3 total here in Econo rod. Next class up is going to be the Hot Farm tractor class is coming up. But right now we are in this Econo rod class, which is a 6,200-pound class, just like we saw in the Pro Stock 4x4. Obviously, those are pickups. The Econo rod's going to look a little bit different here in this class. Maximum Overdrive is next. The Wedge Chassis. Jace McGann. Excuse me, that is Jace McShann in Maximum Overdrive from Iowa Park. 315 is the number that is posted at the top of the leaderboard. In a class that allows 500 cubic inches. As a racer, what does he do? Goes right to the limit. It is a 500 cubic inch Chevrolet motor. The Lenco transmission, Farmall rear end in the Wedge chassis. So Jace, 315. It's pretty good looking artwork. I tried to do that for my business, tried to commission a piece of art. God. What I got, I cannot believe I paid for it. But I got a hold of the artist and said, hey, So Jason McShane, and that's the lower drive. Got a good one going. Good wheel speed towards the end of the track. Red flag comes out so he doesn't tear up any of the drivetrain. Very astute use of flags by the track crew. 312.9, so he is shy of the lead mark here in the Econo Rod class. Currently sitting number 2 on the leaderboard with the last coming up, Glenn Kiki, and High Stakes, spelled just like the food. So the guy from Burton, Texas, gonna come up, Glenn Kiki and High Stakes. 315 is the number in this class. Hot Farm Tractor is coming up next. Once again, for those of you that have made your way over the NHRDA trailer for the Drag Racers driver meeting, they are going to do that at 1 p.m. today. Tech open from 10 to noon. Tractor pulling down on the 300 feet of fun to our conclusion. Everybody getting a chance at the 300 feet. So far has been a floating finish line on every one of the classes to this point, and I don't foresee that changing. As we do get into the higher horsepower, we will probably see a little bit of sled change, so we'll add a couple more slugs of weight to the weight transfer box. Right now, finishing touches to groom things up here as we get to the tail end of the Econo Rod class with Glenn Kiki and High Stakes. Steaks sound good. I got to start getting some more red meat in my diet. I'm tired of pork, chicken. I need to eat some beef. Glenn Kiki Jr. at High Stakes. The last in class, trying to be better than 315 and change. The hookup guy has done his job. Now the track man is staging Glenn Kiki, pulling tension tight on the hook to the sled, the X Factor sled, one of those fast sleds. I think that's good to be one of Donnie's sleds. The fast sleds. We're probably seeing Pete in some of the bigger horsepower classes, 35 mile an hour down track. I just don't think we've got Leland. He's going way to the right-hand side of the racetrack. And that is going to be a little bit of an error. We'll wait for the official distance to 298.4, 298 and 4. So the run order will be the place order here in Econo Rod, as Glenn Kiki Jr. just never did quite get the RPM and the wheel speed that he was going to need to get out there past the 300-foot full pull mark. So Glenn Kiki Jr. will end up third. Our winner was the opener in class of Andy Sandbolt and the Wild Child, winner in Econo Rod. Hot Farm Tractor coming up, Bryant Beasley and Farrell Farmall from Eli, Texas. So Bryant Beasley will open us up in the Farrell Farmall in a Hot Farm Tractor class, 9,000-pound class, up to a 1,500 horsepower, 24.5-inch wide. Cut tires are allowed. 466 cubic inch diesel motors in the Hot Farm class. Up to a 3-inch turbo inlet size is allowed in Hot Farm. So Bryant Beasley is getting to make his hook to the 50,000 pounds of dead weight that's sitting on the start line. Looking down track at that 300-foot mark, we have had a floating figure. In fact, we've only had one puller not get to the finish stripe, and that was only a foot and a half shy. So Bryant Beasley leads us out in the Farrell Farmall. Like the name. That's just because of the fact that I've started calling my grandkids feral raccoons because they're just feral. Especially the boy, he's 7. Ugh. Absolutely crazy how much boy is in that boy. So Bryant Beasley and the Farrell Farmall. Powered by a DT 466. Remember, this is a diesel class at 9,000 pounds. You're going to start seeing a little bit of smoke. You're going to watch a little bit of white, gray, and that's going to roll black when he really gets into it. And you will notice the difference between what the gassers were doing, what the diesels do, as far as where they get into the throttle, where they really start rolling into the horsepower. This class can have up to 1,500, up to 1,500 horsepower. Can be produced out of those 466 cubic inch diesel motors. So Bryant Beasley, the farmer / rancher, puller on the weekends, and hopefully that he is like second generation and he's got generations behind him that are going to perpetuate one of the original forms of motorsports in the truck and tractor pulling. Most of truck and tractor pulling started as a community event with a drag sled. Community members would just step on the sled as it went by, and there's that change in smoke color. That means we're getting into horsepower of hot farm tractors. Notice these guys when the wheels do come up, especially when you get into these higher horsepower classes. Tractors will have a wheel brake to try to keep those things centered up. That one seemed like it was a frozen rope trajectory. Did not deviate from his start line position. 299.8 to a 99.8 that time for Bryant Beasley. So did he say it is good? Did he say he'll keep it? Is he going to refuse or have that first right of refusal? He will keep the number at 299.8. So far, all of the first in classers have went, you know what? That was a solid hit. Solid setup on the sled. So Bryant Beasley just shy of a full pull. We'll sit atop the leaderboard. Now is Brian Sandboth and the Red Mule from Allison, Texas. Also the DT 466 for Sandboth and Red Mule. So Brian Sandboth in the Red Mule. If he can get out across 300 for a full pull, he will take the lead here in Hot Farm Tractor. So the Red Mule pulls tension tight on the hook to the X Factor sled from the Texas Truck and Tractor Puller Association, part of the NHRDA World Finals weekend at the Texas Motorplex, which is the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Hot Shot Secret is powered by science. See Kyle and the crew at the Hot Shot Secret booth. They do have 3 sample models of EBT, the everyday treatment, and dry sandal from the Red Mule. Trying to go full pull here in our hot car tractor. Wheel speed good, momentum good. Towards the end of the racetrack, chops the throttle on the red flag. We'll hear the official distance for our Red Mule. 322.7 feet, so 322.7 for Red Mule to go to the top of the leaderboard. And this is one of our largest classes. There are 5 total in class. So currently the Red Mule is the leader at 322 feet 7 inches. Jason, I'm going to call that Gleck. I apologize to Jason. That is Popeye. He's got a last name that my Idaho education doesn't help me out with. Proper names are always tough. He's out of Dublin. Drag racing, has a nostalgia front end dragster, probably comes out in the Motorplex and shows that thing off on the appropriate nights, which I'm sure they have nostalgia. You should check out the Texas Motorplex website. So all of the family entertainment that does happen here, you can be a part of, because this is a fantastic place to bring the family. It is a great way to get kids involved. Think about it. If your kids are racing, they don't have time nor money for any of the other stuff that can change lives of young people. So if you want a good way to do it, get involved in truck and tractor pulling, get involved in drag racing, get involved, period. That is a great way to help the youth of America and perpetuate the things that we love, because if we don't remain interested, if we don't remain participating, if we don't get involved, things like this can just fade away. You don't know how many drag strips, circle tracks, dirt tracks, ovals that I go to in a year's time that are just dwindling. So Popeye, Hot Farm, gonna have to have full pull plus to go to the top of the leaderboard in this class. So the record driver trying to do a little recovery of some money here in this Hot Farm tractor. So I see the green light is on the sled. So right now the flag man at the finish line is holding things for that roller packer to exit off. Now green flag will fly, letting the driver, the operator, Jason and Popeye know it's time to roll coal. 322 and change is the number atop the leaderboard. Oh, a little wiggle off the start. And now goes hard right. I believe that was a wheel brake issue. Got in the wheel brake, trying to find another spot to get a little bit of purchase. You're going to start seeing some of these classes wander a little bit. 295.2, 295 and 2, the number for Jason and Popeye. As I was saying, you're going to start seeing some of the drivers make a decision, probably about mid-track, what they feel, where they can get traction, where they can get purchase on terra firma and get themselves down to the full pull line. That big wow there at the end of the run to the right. Still got to believe it could have been an axle, but I got to believe that was maybe a foot went askew on that wheel brake, the way that thing went hard right. So Jason, currently on the outside looking in at being able to say, I went to the World Finals for the NHRDA sled pulls and won. Right now that is still sitting with the red mule out there at 322 and 7. Alan Sandboth and the Iron Eagle will be coming up next from Anson, Texas. It is a Case Model 1070. Pulling in since 2015 with the TTPA. Enjoy getting all of the tractor pulls in the summer's time that they can do. I'd like to thank the family and friends that are always behind them and help them, support them in the pulls for the Iron Eagle and Alan Sandboth. So as the prep crew goes to work, the Iron Eagle will come out of the hot pit, get ready to hook to the sled. 50,000 pounds of dead weight on the start line, 250,000 pounds of synthetic weight due to the weight transfer box, the slugs of weight in it, as well as that bottom pan that augers in the deeper down the racetrack they get on that fast sled. So Alan Sandboth and the Iron Eagle, 322.7, the current number that he wants to try to drive around in Hot Farm. It is a random draw for run over and truck and tractor pulling. As I said, there's no practice, there's no qualifying. You got to be right when you make it to the track, and you only have 300 feet to try to carry through. Pop and drop there off the start. And now he's trying to chase the sled. That never pans out well when you start having to chase the sled because you started to wiggle. 305.7, 305 feet, 7 inches that time for Allen and Iron Eagle. So he too will not be able to say, I was the king of the Texas Motorplex track pull or sled pull for the NHRDA World Final weekend. So the Red Mule and Brian Sandboth can look at Alan Sandboth and say, neener, neener. Randall Brockman will be up. The Red Warrior Express. Blue Ridge, Texas is home for Randall and the Red Warrior Express. Brockman, the Red Warrior. Oh, he too started out to chase the sled there at the tail end of the run. $306.4 for Randall Brockman and the Red Warrior Express. So he's not going to go to the top spot on the podium, but they are starting to stack up there for second and third place pretty tightly. It could be a game of inches for the runner-up and consolation prize. So that was last in class. So we can say that the winner of the Hot Farm Tractor class is going to be the Red Mule, and Brian Sand both went 322 feet 7 inches for the win in Hot Farm Tractor. Next up is going to be the Pro Modified. Pro Mod class is coming up next. Pro Mod Tractors. Jason Glenk is going to lead us out in Brutus. Sounds as if there's a little bit of dressing up going on down there on the start line. I kind of anticipated that due to the fact that they just started putting this thing together yesterday after, well, it was probably early afternoon when they started. They concluded about dark. They were back here at the crack of dawn this morning. But as I was saying, this has laid fallow for a couple of years now. So to get that thing dressed out, and especially the start line end where they are going to, everybody's going to kind of, they can direct the sled if they want to go left, right, center. But there is a little bit of heebie-jeebie that has to happen to get that right. So a lot of times they do kind of end up in that same starting spot. So they're going to do a little bit of packing there on the start line end before we send down our opener here in the Pro Modified Tractor, which is a 6,200 pound class, 515 cubic inch limit. They can be blown on alcohol. No Hemi or Pro Stock heads. It's 30.5 inch cut tire. Can be rated up to 1,500 horsepower, which is always an interesting thing. You know, the claimed horsepower to actually what's produced. A lot of times at the NHRDA, we'll have a dyno, and it's always interesting to see people that when they'll fill out a tech card, they'll say, you know, hey, I've got 1,100 horsepower, 800 horsepower. And I'm like, yeah, get over there on the dyno. Let's actually see what that does produce. I know a lot of these guys, they can set a tune, they can put together a tremendous dyno run. But when you get out here in the real life experience of truck and tractor pulling and drag racing, I'm always a little skeptical of claimed horsepower. However, this is a class thing. I'm sure that you could challenge it and have to prove it. It'll probably come out in some kind of a mathematical equation to determine exactly what that is. But there's nothing better than a dyno to actually show us what kind of horsepower and torque you are producing. Jason and Bruda is going to open this up here in Pro Modified Tractor 6,200 pound class. 871 standard blower. The blown alcohol motors, the Pro Modified Tractor. Pulling so the crowd can feel it for sure. One of the great things about truck and tractor pulling, I took my grandgirls to a tractor pull one time when the multi-engines went down. My youngest granddaughter looked at me and said, "Papa, I did not know that you could feel sound." 307 feet 1 inch there for Jason and Brutus to open up. As first in class, he does have first right of refusal on that sled set. He did make a full pull at 307 and 1 to lead the class. And I believe Radio Call just said he is going to keep that one. So he will be the leader in Pro Modified Tractors. The Alcoholic Oval of Paul Tyus is coming up. Enjoys all the outdoor activities. His wonderful wife Lindsay and the 3 kids. Farming, ranching, fishing, boating, pulling. Paul Tyus from Paluxy. In a class that allows 515 cubic inches. Built a 512 cubic inch Ford motor. And yeah, it does cost more to have horsepower in a blue oval. Skidder rear end for the Alcoholic Oval. Some great artwork has been done on the alcoholic oval, powered by Ford, Paul Tyus. So the blown alcohol Ford gonna make its hook. The lead here is Brutus at 307 feet and 1 inch at the NHRDA World Finals weekend. It is Championship Saturday. We will be crowning champions of national points for the NHRDA, the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. We'll be crowning world champions today as well. We do have some point battles that are going to be concluded here today because it is double points. Once we get closer to the drag racing, I will be talking about points, kind of give you a breakdown of how things go. Because there's bonus points. I think it's like 5 additional points for being the #1 qualifier. 10 additional points for being #1 qualifier. So we'll talk points here. I'm a Ford guy. Grew up Ford. I'm all about Ford. I talk about Ford. And when it comes to soda pop, I always talk about Pepsi. My wife gently reminds me that I drive a Honda and I drink root beer. 306 and 0.9, 306 and 9, I believe, was a race control call. It was 306.9, going to be just shy of taking the lead for Paul Tyus in the alcoholic oval. So Brutus remains atop the leaderboard at 307. Is the next up coming in is going to be Nolan Watson. Nolan drives the Circuit Overload. 509 big block motor. As we're getting into the heart of this field, right in the middle of it right now. In one of our bigger classes in this Pro Modified tractor. So you see some movement. Here's some action down in the hot pit for Nolan Watson and Circuit Overload. So the Overload Texan is going to come to the racetrack. The lead pole so far in class is 307 feet 1 inch. Nolan Watson, he has pulled tension tight on the sled. Trackman directs his attention down to the flagman. The flagman looks for the green light go of the LEDs on the sled, the X Factor sled, and then throws that green flag up to let Nolan Watson know it's time to let her eat. Try to get down here, create that floating finish line deeper in the shutdown area for Nolan Watson and circuit overload. That is the best straight line run we have seen in several pulls in this class. 291.3 feet, 291.3. So Nolan Watson not going to climb to the top of the leaderboard. Brutus is still holding that spot. As we get ready for the next hook after the track prep was done here, middle of the field. And Hot Farm Tracker will be Andy Sandboom and Sicario from Anson, Texas. Planetary rear end. Interesting that planetary gears running around that sun gear. Something that you see out of the heavy machinery industry, military grade stuff. Sicario, handy sandboat, making his hook here in the Pro Modified Tractor class. Brutus is still atop the leaderboard at 307 feet 1 inch. As you can see there, trackside and on Diesel TV. You notice the driver, Andy's got his hands up and away from all of the levers, all of the action being held by the TTPA official until they say, hey, you've got the clean hook. The reason he's got his hands his way, it's just a kind of a safety feature, letting everybody know, hey, I'm not touching nothing, I'm not moving nothing. The hook man can do his job safely. So as Andy and Sicario get ready to roll into the throttle, 75 feet and gets right after it. Butterflies wide open for Sicario. Oh, the sled is starting to win here in the late stages of the class. I always root for the underdog. Typically the underdog is the sled because of the horsepower of the puller. .1, 295 feet 1 inch that time for Andy and Sicario. So you can see that the sled is starting to win. Maybe give a little bit of that credit to the track in winning. I have been monitoring everything coming out of the TTPA folk, and Donnie that's riding in the sled, Donnie Baumgartner, the genius behind this new generation of fast sled. I've been listening to the radio calls, and he's liking the racetrack. He says the thing, even though it is hot and sunny, is holding up very well. There may be a point when we go to the next class when they have to add weight to the sled. There may be a time there that they run that grader out and blade things. Grade a little bit of that off the top, which would be great because it would be before anybody else had ran on it. So if they grade that off while they do the weight change, just get a little bit of the duff that's forming up on top. Like I said yesterday, when they were ripping in water and ripping in water and ripping in water, and there's still moisture down underneath that top layer that is getting a little bit duffy. So for the sake of spectators being able to see, you don't want to lose the sled and the puller in the dust. And we also have to be cognizant of drag racing coming up this afternoon. That mandatory drivers meeting is now at 1 o'clock at the NHRDA Trader. Once that meeting concludes, we will be getting into the last qualifier and then on into the elimination rounds and crowning champions of the NHRDA. So right now they are doing the back blading, a little bit of packing before the next one comes up. If there is any kind of track maintenance or change that is done with the grader, that will be between classes as we get out of this Pro Modified Tractor class into the two-wheel drive class. So it would be the super modified two-wheel drive. 6,200 pound class, 650 cubic inch blown alcohol motors rated up to 3,000 horsepower on the 18.5 wide. Cut tires are allowed. Pro Modified Tractors right now in the heart of the field. Bruce is leading. As the next to go is going to be Dusty.
Okay, so you know how it kind of
I'm going to check the sheet here because this one's written with the left foot.
I think that might be the issue. So it started to stick, and then I went full speed, and it wouldn't go at all.
So that is actually Dustin Riola in the Bone Collector coming up.
That's exactly what it is. As soon as I put it back out, if I'm slow and it does that like lag, I don't know if it's on the camera itself. Yeah, now I'm not getting anything. Okay, I think it's the camera because I touched the dial and it moved.
So the Bone Collector, one of the super cool arts down there on the fenders. Like to see when they get creative, kind of get tired of seeing flames. So Dustin Riola, the machinist, Lone Star State guy, gonna load that thing up. 515 cubic inch Chevrolet motor. They allow 515, and of course, push it right to 515 for the Bone Collector. Diesel TV is doing such a tremendous job, getting us some fantastic footage. Hopefully everybody that's watching along on Diesel TV is enjoying the broadcast put together by our fantastic producer and director and man that wears a lot of hats, and David Anderson, and of course Patrick and the rest of the crew that do such a wonderful job with Diesel TV. As the Bone Collector, trying to collect some wins, trying to collect the payday, trying to collect the opportunity to say I went to the NHRDA World Finals and was king of the Pro Modified Tractor. Easily better than 307 feet for Dustin and the Bone Collector. Wheel speed good, RPM good. Starting to chase the sled a little bit. Chase that track to the left-hand side for the Bone Collector. .290 feet 5 inches for the Bone Collector. So after a plethora of full pulls to start the morning, we're now seeing the racetrack and the sled win. Dustin Riola shy of the 300-foot mark, well shy of the lead of Brutus. Meineke is going to be the last of the Pro Modified tractors. He is in Super B. The excavating contractor getting ready to roll in Super B. I know he's from Texas. I know he's the current president of the TTTPA. The chassis was original Brown Sinners from up north, bought and modified by Scott Tedder. Wayne, he's the last to try to usurp the number, and oof. And I believe that is going to be too far on one of those caveats that I told you about, able to chop the throttle and get things woed at the proper spot. And I think he did go past that line, but I will wait for race control to confirm. Nope, it was too far, 138 feet. So unfortunately for Wayne, he just never did get things to work right. You see the driver come down out of the cockpit. That means there is probably some kind of mechanical issue. Most likely see the recovery crew come grab on, tow him away. Oh, hate to see it. Oh, and now you can see if they're on Diesel TV and their trackside. $300 blower belt. Just rendered that thing like a boat anchor. Just as useful right at this moment. So unfortunately for Wayne, blower belt, costly. Blower belt takes him out of competition at 138 feet. So Brutus will be the winner. The 307-foot pull by Brutus, one of the first in the class to go down the 300 feet of fun, is going to go away as the winner of this weekend's sled pull in the Pro Modified Tractor class. So Brutus was the first to go and the eventual winner in that Ford power plant for Jason. Good on you, Brutus. Tech is under 20 minutes left of the Tech officials being in the rear of the staging lanes. If you are not through Tech by 12:01, you will not be drag racing today. I'm sure most all of you were here yesterday. You went through Tech. There might have been a few stragglers that came in late last night or early this morning. If you haven't done it, please do it. Got about 18 minutes left of the Tech being open at the rear of the staging lanes. And you can see down on the pulling field, they are adding slugs of weight to the fast sled. And I can see a grader moving as well. So Donnie Baumgartner, the guy that's operating the sled, he did kind of make the call of, hey, this is the way we should plan this out to skim that top of the duff that is starting to create a little bit of dust. We haven't really seen a whole lot. In fact, there's only one pass and I really noticed dust, but we are kind of trying to err on the side of caution so the drag strip does not get contaminated with anything other than the glue and the rubber. So right now they are going to bring that blade out, skim that top, get down to a little bit wetter surface after all the ripping and watering a day ago and this morning. They'll add a couple of slugs of weight to the fast sled, and then we'll get back into competition as we've now moved into our two-wheel drive class. That's super modified two-wheel drive, 6,200 pound class, up to a 650 cubic inch blown alcohol motor. Can have 18.5-inch wide cut tires. You can produce up to 3,000 horsepower in this super modified two-wheel drive class.
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Products proven by third-party testing to unleash diesel engine performance. Increase fuel economy. Boost cetane. Lubricate and clean out pumps and injectors with Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Reduce wear, restore power, and lubricate critical internal components with Stiction Eliminator and FR3 Friction Reducer. Fuel and oil solutions that keep your diesel running in top condition, saving you time, money, and stress. Hot Shot's secret lives in the lab to make sure its products not only perform, but remain best in class. Pick up some today and see the difference for yourself. Hot Shot's secret, powered by science.
Unleash the true power of your truck with Pacific Performance Engineering. Our high-performance intakes, charge pipes, and intercoolers boost your truck's horsepower and torque. Our high-grade aluminum transmission pans, oil pans, and differential covers ensure optimal cooling and efficiency. PPE delivers unmatched reliability and is your one-stop shop for all your performance needs. Visit PPEpower.com today to learn more.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and a market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
The NHRDA World Finals, truly appreciative of all of the sponsors and the vendors, especially the sponsors have been with us for many, many years, as well as the local, regional, the national sponsorship has been fantastic. Here locally, A-Star Diesel, United Axle, Power Stroke Products, and Diesel Works, all getting behind this weekend's World Finals event. Maximize your truck performance and power with the pros at A-Star Diesel Performance, family owned and operated for over a decade. Offering expert service at the right price. Schedule your next appointment for diesel engine upgrades, new transmissions or repairs, and general maintenance. Accessorize your vehicle from grill guards, bumpers, light bars, and more. A-Star Diesel Performance has you covered. Check out the A-Star Diesel difference for the high-quality, reliable repairs you can trust at astardiesel.com. United Axle is a nationwide team of professionals committed to providing the transportation industry with the highest quality spindle repair services. They aim to meet and exceed their customers' expectations with quality parts made in the USA. Quality service performed by AWS certified welders. Their technicians are dispatched to your location and arrive on site in a fully equipped mobile vehicle to quickly get you back on the road. Give their team a call if you need axle repair. 844-774-6353. For more information, go to their website at unitedaxle.com. Founded in 2015, Power Stroke Products is quickly becoming a leader in aftermarket diesel parts, delivering innovative, high-quality cylinder heads and crankshafts for Power Stroke and Cummins engines. They also stock a full range of gaskets for Power Stroke, Cummins, and Duramax. Their cylinder heads are tailored to meet your needs, offering OEM, heavy-duty valve spring, even O-ringed or fire-ringed for maximum durability. Check out your performance demands and let them meet your needs with a commitment to excellence. Power Stroke Products is redefining diesel performance. Visit online, stop by their booth, or call. Help you make your truck great again at Power Stroke Products. And Diesel Works in Fort Worth is your local Texas dealer alternative for maintenance, repairs, and diesel performance. They have now opened their parts store right next door with online shopping coming soon. They carry Randy's transmission, SMB filters, S&S diesel, Carly, Pusher, Fleece, and much more in stock. Check them out on Facebook, Instagram, or dieselworksmtx.com. Diesel Works, your dealer alternative. I believe weight has been added, and they're just slicking things up from taking that top crust off the 300 feet of fun as we move into the last two classes of this morning as we're closing in on afternoon now. So we'll get those last hooks done. There aren't many left. There are eight total hooks, 6 in the two-wheel drive class, 2 in the limited Pro Diesel 4x4 class to finish us out today on the pulling field. The 300 feet of fun, part of the NHRDA World Finals weekend at the Texas Motorplex, broadcasting across the world on Diesel TV. You're down to the last 2 minutes. Last 2 minutes of tech being open at the rear of the staging lanes. I certainly hope that you have taken care of it, because if you didn't, you didn't. I can't help you there. Neither can NHRDA, race control. Nobody can help you now. If you haven't done tech, you're running out of time. I'm sure you all have. Good on you. All right, it sounds like track maintenance has concluded. Weight has been added for this super modified two-wheel drive class. 6,200 pound, 650 cubic inch blown alcohol motors is the maximum limit allowed. On 18.5 inch wide cut tires is the maximum allowed as well on super modified two-wheel drive. Timothy Mikulski is going to lead us out in Thumper. Thumper, 565 Hemi motor coming on us. Yeah, it's got a Hemi. Dude's been pulling for over 40 years now. So Timothy has got a little experience as he brings Thumper into the racetrack. Hopefully your digital device has still got battery power. Social media worthy posts are coming up down on the 300 feet of fun as we get into the wheel standers. This would be a much more pleasurable social media post than pictures of your feet or your food. So as the Linux sponsor, Timothy Mikulski and Thumper lead us out in super modified two-wheel drive. So a brief hiatus from pulling as we got weights on the sled, track maintenance done, and now we're going to find out if that track maintenance was worth the effort to see how hook and fight Thumper could do. As the nose comes up there briefly. Yeah, and some chatter there at the end of the racetrack for Timothy Mikulski and Thumper. 355.4, 355.4. I believe that is the biggest, longest pull of the day down on the 300 feet of fun. So all of a sudden, the track crew is worrying about how much shutdown area they have, because that went 355, and I'm sure he's going to hang on to that. Just had a radio call from the sled operator going, we got about 30 feet left at the end of that pull before we get into the walkway for the grandstands and the grass area here track side. Yeah, it's kind of fun to listen to Donnie on the radio as he goes ride after ride there on that fast sled. Next in is going to be the sticker shock of Mark Dempsey. So you see our next competitor in the sticker shock Chevrolet of Mark Dempsey rolling out. 355 posted by the lead in this class. Thumpers 355 for the sticker shock, the number to beat. Remember, they are running out of real estate there in the shutdown area in this class. Only about 30 feet there in shutdown available when Thumper went down track. For Tim Mikulski. Number 2 of 6 here in the super modified 2-wheel drive. Got a good feel about this one. I got a good feel that he might set that front end down at the orange cones in the grass. Green LED is on the fast sled. Green flag is up. Mark Dempsey going to light us up here in the sticker shock. Getting deep into the horsepower and really starting to come up in the sticker shock. Perilously close to that out of bounds marker on the right hand side as he tried to go a little diagonal. 343 feet, 6 inches, 343 and 6. Will not go to the top of the leaderboard. That funny car body style for the sticker shock. Great shot from Diesel TV right into the cockpit with the driver. 343 feet will not be good enough to be crowned champion of super modified 2-wheel drive at the NHRDA World Finals. Tech has closed for drag racers. The next thing you need to put on your schedule is that mandatory drivers meeting coming up at 1. It could be a floating. Actually, it's about 10 minutes after 12. We've got 6 hooks to go, so it's going to be right tight to the 1 o'clock. Probably another 30 minutes of polls left here. And then we'll be able to start sending people over for that mandatory drivers meeting to conclude all of that pomp and circumstance before we get into our final qualifying session and then into our eliminators. Track prep is going on by the crack staff of the Texas Motorplex to get the drag strip ready to go for our qualifier, this final qualifying session. Get all of the incrementals, all of their ET slips, make that determination on what they're going to dial in at in sportsman. And then, of course, our index classes, everybody going to try to run on the number. It is hot, it is humid, and this is what this racetrack deals with. They know how to prep this thing. They know how to make it right. We do have some high horsepower stuff with some potentials at world records today. Philip Franklin's got a chance. Wade Minter's got a chance. There's a couple of drivers maybe like Mario Minetti, Gord Cooper, the legend Wayne Talkington. They got a chance at those WRs in the hot rod semi. So we'll just have to see how things play out here at the Texas Motorplex on Championship Saturday. All right, so the leader in class is still Proper at 355 with John Hunt and Taz coming up. The Body Shop Tech from Leonard, Texas. The full pull motorsports chassis with a sassy Hemi. Roll fab transmission, full pull rear end. So Taz and John Hunt going to try to lay one down with a big Chevy. Watch those butterflies. This is a great shot from Diesel TV. Those that are trackside, those that are down towards the finish line can see that when that thing opens up and really lets the horsepower unload. Up to 650 cubic inch blown alcohol motors allowed in this class. Taz is going to wind her up and let her rip. John Hunt, that was a very good run. You see the utilization as he was doing a great job of driving. He wasn't just in there along for the ride. Seen a little bit of throttle control, a little bit of bump of that loud pedal. 316 feet even that time for Taz. It's not going to be enough to get around Thumper. Robert Zajicek coming up in Gunsmoke from Columbus, Texas. The rancher by trade, the Gunsmoke puller by weekend. The T-Bucket gonna roll up. 526 cubic inch Hemi motor. Yeah, it's got a Hemi for Robert and Gunsmoke. We are just past the halfway point of pullers in this class. These are the last three to go to try to get around. The first to go in the class, which was Thumper and Timothy Mikulski, who went out 355 and change. They started worried about shutdown area. We haven't even pushed that close since. But this might be the one. This could be the bucket that gets her down the track. Green flag is out. Green light is on. Time to see a little bit of horsepower from Gunsmoke. Configuration for Gunsmoke. Ooh, and that is going to be well shy of what was needed. 299 and 299 feet 2 inches that time for Gunsmoke. So Robert not going to be able to make the claim of going to the NHRDA World Finals and being the victor of the super modified two-wheel drive class. So Robert and Gunsmoke exit David Hunt and Shameless. David's paint and body from McKinney, Texas for the full pull chassis, and Shameless coming up next. right, Shameless. David's painted body from McKinney, Texas, for the guy from Leonard. So David Hunt has got a chance as he is second to the last in super modified two-wheel drive. They are all aware of the number. They are all aware that Thumper went deep. See those cut tires? Trying to make purchase on that racetrack that the TTTTPA has done a great job on. Texas Truck and Tractor Puller Association. I think I keep points and T's in there. David Hunt. Shameless. Ooh, that's a good one. And that weight transfer box comes to the front, augers in that base plate, and drags the Shameless to a stop. 3:22.96. That's going to put him in a top 3 run so far, but will not be able to take the lead away from the Thumper entry at 3:55. So Shameless comes shy. Cole Zajdacek. Zajdacek, I apologize. I am not doing your name justice. He is from Columbus. He will drive the Texas two-step. So the last one to go, he's also powered by that 526 cubic inch Hemi motor. So Cole and the Texas two-step will be the last to try to get around Thumper's 355. So Timothy Mikulski has watched everybody run, and he's holding that big number that he set his first out in the class. right, Cole, the Texas two-step. This is the last chance to get around Thumper's 355. Up. If I had to guess, that's a 320 footer. $325.5 feet for Cole. So that means our winner in this super modified two-wheel drive class will be Thumper and Timothy Mikulski. So we're down to the last two hooks in our last class, the Limited Pro Diesel 4x4. Limited Pro Diesel 4x4 coming up, an 8,000-pound class, OEM frame, 2.6 or 3.0 smoothbore turbo on the inlet side. 1,200 to 1,500 horsepower is acceptable. DOT tires, 35 by 12.5 uncut. Here in this Limited Pro Diesel four-wheel drive class, the last two hooks. Stay with it and ready to rumble coming up. Limited Pro Diesel 4x4, the last two hooks of the day. This is going to be Stay With It. Stay With It is going to be the first to make that hook. I believe they did take a little bit of weight out of the transfer box. Buck Hinman is going to lead us out. Buck in the Stay With It. The puller is from Columbus, Texas. 24 valve, 5.9 liter common engine. That is the one everybody wants. In fact, I had a Dodge Dually that the guy did not care anything about that pickup. He wanted that motor. So Jason giving the seat to Buck Hinman for Stay With It. Green is on the sled. Green is on the track. Stay With It. Gonna get it. Ooh, he kept the spool. I thought he let lose boost, but he's gonna keep it. Only the National Corn Binder. And leads us down to the end of the track for Buck Hinman. 294 feet 6 inches, 294 and 6 for Buck Hinman, and Stay With It. Remember, he has first right of refusal as being first in class. Nobody has opted for that in any class today. And we got a thumbs up out of the driver, so race control says he is going to hold on to it. So Buck is going to keep the 294-foot 6-inch run, and the last to go, Buck's pulling double duty. According to my sheet, he's going to get out of Stay With It and get ready to rumble. From Coyote Flats, the 97 Dodge 3500, the 1-ton with a 5.9 Cummins. So regardless, Buck Hinman is going to be the man in the Limited Pro Diesel 4-wheel drive class. He is operating both of the pullers here in this final class of the sled pull competition. Saturday morning, now turning into Saturday afternoon. 25 minutes away from that mandatory drivers meeting. Once again, it is 25 minutes away from the mandatory drivers meeting. While the drivers meeting is going on, we'll be doing our Diesel TV interviews with our class winners in the sled pull from the Texas Truck and Tractor Puller Association. So all of the winners need to be matriculating their way down to the control tower. Everybody that is a class winner should be coming down to the control tower to accept your award and be interviewed on Diesel TV. Once again, all winners need to start making their way down to the winner's circle here at the tower. So ready to rumble. Buck Hinman trying to beat himself. Well, this last diesel pass of the day, a precursor to the diesel drag racing coming up on the 8th mile strip today. On Championship Saturday, National Point Champion and World Champions will be crowned later this afternoon. Big Rig Show and Shine is going on. Last night, the Big Rig Light Show show and shine for the pickup trucks happening behind the tower here. Encourage you to go check out all of the fine rides. Green light is on Sled. Green flag is out Buck Hinman. He will be class champion, but what will it be in? Will it be in Stay With It or Ready to Rumble? Spooling up. Smoke changed the color from that white gray to deep black. Oh, a little hop off the start. Trying to finish strong to conclude the Texas Truck and Tractor Puller Association. And Buck Hinman is ready to rumble. It is a 3:20.04, so ready to rumble on Buck Hinman. 320 feet will be class winner. Time check, it is 12:38 with the conclusion of the Truck and Tractor Pulls on the 300 feet of fun. Certainly hope everybody down there in the pulling field enjoyed the Truck and Tractor Pulls as well as you on Diesel TV. Attention in the pits, racers, you have 20 minutes. 20 minutes until your mandatory drivers meeting. They'll do that at 1 o'clock. Once they're done with that, they'll be calling you into the lanes to get that last round of qualifying in before we go to the Eliminators. Right now, you're 20 minutes away from that mandatory drivers meeting. All of our class winners, all class winners of the Truck and Tractor Pulls, we need you to come to the tower for awards and Diesel TV time. Drag racers, you're 20 minutes away, 20 away from your driver's meeting. And then we'll be getting into the last qualifier. Right now, headed downstairs for some Diesel TV time with our class in Truck and Tractor. Once again, we do need all of our class winners from the sled pulls to make their way down to the winner's circle. All of our sled pull winners, please make your way to the tower. The Texas Truck and Tractor Puller Association sled pull has come to a conclusion, and we do have all of our class winners. They're going home with cash money. Big paydays for everybody here at the NHRDA World Championships. The first one I'm going to bring in is our limited modified winner, driving Little Play Ray, Raymond Mahalik. Mahalik is coming up, and got to know, how did a good sizable guy like you get Little Play Ray?
Well, that's what they all called me, Big Play Ray, when I played softball, so I had to make it small since I got a small tractor.
You know, it's kind of funny, too, is softball is one of the things that we love to do when we get a little bit older and like to drink beer and enjoy ourselves. But pulling's got to be a passion, right?
Yes, I'm a farm boy, and I've always loved watching the pulls and that was one of my bucket lists is to get into the pulling industry.
How many friends, how much family, how many sponsors help you get to the pulls all summer long?
I don't have any sponsors. I just got good family. I have my son and my grandson here, and my wife is at home taking care of stuff for me at home. I can't do it without all of them helping me, and I have 4 other brothers, and I farm cotton and corn.
You know, that was one of the things that I did read on the sheet. And what I like about what you just said, though, you got your kid, you got your grandkid. That's a great way to perpetuate a really good family entertainment, a really good motorsport.
That's true. This is all about family and trying to make it better for everybody, keep everybody happy.
He'd rather be pulling because he pulled himself into the win. He is the champion of limited modified class. Raymond, congratulations. What happened? Oh, I must have moved just right. It's like fishing. Wouldn't hold my mouth right. Congratulations, Ray. Ray is the winner in today's limited modified class. Pro Stock 4-wheel drive. There were 2 of them, and the old school entry is the winner. Paul Tyus, congratulations. I noticed that is kind of a family deal for you guys, too.
Yeah, it's me and my family, my wife, my 3 kids, and then my brother helps me drive one of the semis here. It's been a family deal for 12, 15 years.
Yeah, it's one of the things that is often forgotten about is you guys get out, you do your deal. You don't really think about transport, getting the thing around.
It takes a while. I run 2 semis up and down the highway. You know, my wife's gone today to watch my son play college ball, and she was thankful to let me drive her truck today.
It is college football Saturday, isn't it? Where's your boy go to school?
Southwestern in Georgetown.
And he plays?
Left tackle.
Nice, nice. You got to have those guys on the line. Paul Tyus, Pro Stock 4-wheel drive, the winner in old school. And we saw it play out a lot today. The first in class was actually the one that came out on top. Econo Rod, Andy Sanbothi, and Wild Child. The Sanbothis, there's several of the names that were Sanbothi. So where are you in relation to Brian?
Brian's my dad. Alan's my brother.
Nice. So it is, again, the second generation of pulling. You've got kids you're passing it on to?
No, not kids of my own.
Well, as long as you get other youngsters involved, because when you're involved in something like this, when you spend your time, energy, effort, and money on something like pulling or motorsports in general, you're not getting in trouble. You ain't got time or money to do that.
No, we ain't getting in trouble.
How about sponsors, family, and friends you want to make knowledge of?
Just my dad, my brother, and my mom for the support and helping work and get us here.
The work pays off in the family, so it is going to be a Econo Rod winner, Andy Sanbothi. One of my favorite classes, and Dad gets a chance to come in now, Brian Sanbothi in the hot farm tractor class. This is odd after all the testing I did, and I'm having this kind of a problem. We're going to switch out real quick, see if this will make a difference for us in Brian. So it's kind of cool. Your boy and you get a chance to come out and have a little bit of fun in the pulling field. When you guys are in, there's some of the Sanbothis that were in the same class, and I made the comment about the fact that winner gets to sit at the big table, carve turkey. The loser has to go to the kids' table. Any truth be wrung out at the home?
Well, we still eat at the same table.
You know, the days of the card table for the kids is kind of gone anymore, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's a family group now.
Love to see that. How about sponsors, family, and friends that you want to acknowledge for the help?
Just family and friends and all the people that help us get here.
There's a team behind it when you're a winner. That's a Hunt Farm Tractor winner, Brian Sanbothi. Pro Modified driver Jason Glick. Congratulations, the Glick towing guy that came out in our Pro Modified class. It was one of the bigger classes. He had the first right of refusal. You had a big hit. It held on through everybody, but knowing that those hitters are coming behind you, is there any apprehension, any tense, any butterflies, wondering if the number will hold?
No, sir. I felt like it was a good hook, so I just kept it and didn't want to run the motor twice. So,
And that is something to be considered. One of the things I also talk about when it comes to truck and tractor pulling, there's no practice. Like in drag racing, you can set up an opportunity for a test and tune or rent the track and then go find out where you're at. You guys, who are you going to call? What sled's going to go, yeah, you got the field out back, we give her a shot. It really doesn't happen that way. There's no practice. There's no qualifying. You've got to be right when you get hooked.
yes, we just have to look at the conditions and, compare our notes to years past or, a track that's similar to this and, put a setup in it that's like that.
One of the things that I find interesting is truck and tractor pulling is so high tech. One of you guys' most useful tools is a screwdriver. I call it the poke walk. Are you a poke walker where you get your screwdriver every 5 or 6 feet, give her a jab?
I do. I don't know what I'm looking for, but yeah.
I've always thought probably there's got to be something you can read out of it. Firmness, water depth, moisture. All of those things play into the setup.
We do look for, soft spots and stuff like that, or if it's really hard, you don't want to go there. And, but that's about all you do.
Hope, pray, and hammer down. He is our winner in the Pro Modified class, Jason Glick. And our last class will be that Super Modified two-wheel drive. Tim McCulchey was the winner in Thumper. He led everybody out. He had just like we had with Jason Glick a minute ago. You had to hope the number would hold.
Yeah, the track kind of went away today, but you got to get it right when you get that first hook to get it down there.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing, too, is when you get into the seat, you start reviewing all the things in your mind. Tire pressure right? Is my tune right? Is everything going to hold together? What's the biggest thing when you're sitting up? When I was in competitive stuff, I yawned a lot, and I had to pee. Got anything like that when you're in a seat ready to hook?
No, I've been doing this for 40 years, and it's just relaxing.
It is a little bit cathartic, therapeutic. You get a chance to get out there. What's the feedback as you're in the seat and you start rolling into the horsepower? What kind of feedback are you getting through your rear end?
I drive by the seat of my pants. I just let it hook, and I lay into it.
Let her hook and let her eat, and that's where you get a win in the two-wheel drive class. Tim McCulchey and Thumper. So appreciative of the folks from the Texas Truck and Tractor Puller Association that came out, put together a tremendous event for us here this morning to end out the day of our sled pulls. Now it's time to get ready for crowning champions in our National Points Championship and the World Finals at the Texas Motorplex. It's all on Diesel TV, the NHRDA World Finals weekend, part of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Going to take a little bit of a break, finish up that driver's meeting. We'll start calling trucks to the lanes, and we'll go racing.
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Products proven by third-party testing to unleash diesel engine performance. Increase fuel economy. Boost cetane. Lubricate and clean out pumps and injectors with Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Reduce wear, restore power, and lubricate critical internal components with Stiction Eliminator and FR3 Friction Reducer. Fuel and oil solutions that keep your diesel running in top condition, saving you time, money, and stress. Hot Shot Secret lives in the lab to make sure its products not only perform, but remain best in class. Pick up some today and see the difference for yourself. Hot Shot's Secret, powered by science.
Unleash the true power of your truck with Pacific Performance Engineering. Our high-performance intakes, charge pipes, and intercoolers boost your truck's horsepower and torque. Our high-grade aluminum transmission pans, oil pans, and differential covers ensure optimal cooling and efficiency. PPE delivers unmatched reliability and is your one-stop shop for all your performance needs. Visit PPEpower.com today to learn more.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
All right, all right, all right. Drivers meeting has concluded. We need the Dynamite Diesel Sportsman class, lanes 1 and 2. 10-4 magazine, big rig bracket in the short chute. ARP Super Diesel class, lanes 3 and 4. 670 index class from PEE in lane 5. Driven Diesel Super Street in lane 6. Hot Rod Semi in 7. Summit Racing Pro Street in 8 and Pro Modified in 9. Load them up. Let's go. Finishing up track prep from the crack staff of the Texas Motorplex. So as that track prep concludes, we should have all of our racers in the lane. Sportsman's in lane 1 and 2. Big rig bracket in the short chute. I see a couple of you. Super Diesel lanes 3 and 4, 670 and 5. Super Street 6, Hot Rod Semi in 7, Pro Street 8, Pro Mod in 9. We'll get through this last qualifying session and then start setting things up for the elimination rounds. Dynamite Diesel. Sportsman class coming up for our last qualifying session of the weekend before we get into the elimination rounds. And Dynamite Diesel. They specialize in providing fuel injectors that your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, they strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. They calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes to provide the best product and performance possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion. The Dynamite Diesel products. Sportsman class is coming up. Chris Perales, why is he in the Sportsman? Ricky Fenwick makes sense because he's going to be in the big rig bracket as well as here in the Sportsman class. The driver out of Cut and Shoot, Texas. He's in the Peterbilt. He'll be going into the right side. Right lane this weekend, sponsored by Power Stroke Products. It is the Hot Shot Secret left lane. So Chris Perales is coming up. Remember, this is a dial-in class. Can't be quicker than 640, and that truck is capable of that. So Chris Perales, he has been a hitter at the NHRDA, not only in the 670 class, but actually this is one of the first times I've seen him run the Dynamite Diesel Sportsman class. Kind of an odd mixture of Sportsman and 670. Rick Fenwick, he's currently running, I think, top 7 in points in this class in the Peterbilt. Old Puddin' from Cut and Shoot. Ricky Fenwick banging through the gearbox. Perales going to go through the top side of the racetrack. Remember, the fastest you can go in this class is 640. Bumps right up against it, does Chris Perales at 6.428 on a 229 start at 110 miles an hour. Rick Fenwick is going to go through in Sportsman. Clinton O'Neill from Wahoo, Nebraska. I think we're kind of like 11 states represented at the NHRDA World Finals. Jason Blocker from Gallatin, Tennessee. So Nebraska and Tennessee left to right respectively. In our Sportsman class, trying to find that dial in using their ET slips from yesterday's qualifying sessions. Add what information they can get from here in the last qualifying session to determine their dial in. Once we go into those elimination rounds, random pairings in round number 1. So through the top side at the 8th mile stripe, 777 with a 9 for Jason Blocker on a 334 start, went 91 mile an hour. Clinton O'Neill, 825 with a 5 at 83 per. Dakota Baker and Dustin Minturn. Minturn from Leland, North Carolina. He has had a lot of success at the NHRDA over the years. Dakota Baker from Granbury, Texas. Going into the Hot Shot Secret left lane. Hot Shot Secret is powered by Science. Stop by and see Kyle and the crew at the Hot Shot Secret booth out in Vendor Row. Find out about all of the great quality stuff they've got for you guys, as well as that free bottle of EDT, the everyday treatment that handles up to 100 gallons of diesel fuel. And they are giving away product while it lasts. Dakota Baker and Dustin Minturn. Little slip on the start for Dakota Baker. Both guys getting better on the tree than we have seen previously. 764 even at 89 mile an hour on the 145 start for Dustin Minturn. All of those numbers you can see up there on the scoreboard for the Power Stroke product, right lane, and the Hot Shot Secret left lane. Edgar Articona. Articona is going to be bringing up that Camaro in the Hot Shot Secret left lane. Keith Languel from London, Ohio, yet another state represented. in that RPD Blue Oval Ford. So the Bowtie Chevrolet Camaro stacking up. He participated in that no-time race last night. Did fairly well. Had a couple of good qualifying passes in Sportsman. And now finishing out this qualifier here for Edgar. Understanding he is kin to Emily Muller. Emily used to participate in the drag racing and the sled pulls at the NHRDA. I believe she started a family. Sometimes kids get in the way of a good time. Edgar Articona. Camaro. Ford pickup. Keith Langwell. That is the best launch we've seen out of the Camaro all weekend long. He had a decent reaction time, but Keith is going to be the first to turn an O-light reaction of an 0.98. Went 775 with a 2 to the Camaro's 7.212. Camaro did achieve 100 miles an hour on that 8th mile pass, as we are 8th mile racing in everything except the hot rod semi and the big rig bracket. All of the semi trucks in those two classes will be using the entire length of the drag strip. We do have, I believe there's at least one of the semi trucks that's Rick Fenwick, old Puddin, in his Peterbilt. He is in that Sportsman class, so he'll be running 8th mile there. Now Larry Knapp from Sealy, Texas, takes that Semper Fi Marine entry over into the right side, sponsored by Power Stroke Products. Dodge in the left lane, truck 8210, Ghost Rider on my sheet. And obviously the Dodge not worried about that reaction time, or doesn't understand the fact that green light means go. And there is a potential possibility that he had some kind of a mechanical too, or maybe they didn't come up on the boost. 170 start for Larry Knapp, went through the trap at 8.281. As the crew from the Texas Motorplex are checking with our hotshot secret left lane driver. I see those reverse lights coming on, backing him out. We'll wait for race control to tell us exactly what happened with that, if he is going to be able to get back into the queue. No, we're saying that is a transmission issue. Hearing out of race control and the communication between race director and staff saying, hey, there is a tranny problem. So the transmission on the Ram not going to be able to keep them in competition. What an unfortunate turn of events for truck 8210. Track crew, and Marcus says, hey, we are all right. Did not leave any debris or anything untoward on the hotshot secret left lane. Now hearing race control saying, hey, if they'll take a scope at it, take a look at it, make sure that there is nothing visibly wrong, that they would allow them to get into the Sportsman last round of qualifying. Trent Terry and Lucas Fry left to right. Single stack out the back for Trent Terry. Lucas Fry in the work truck from Magnolia. Both of them mid-twos on the start. 786 with a 7. We're going to see a whole bunch of trucks dialed in that mid-7 second range when they come up for those elimination rounds. Remember, it is a dial-in class. We could see 10, 11, and 12 second trucks racing against 6, 7, and 8 second trucks. That is where a lot of patience and concentration comes in, especially if you got 2 to 3 to 4 seconds where you've got to wait when your competitor is driving away. It just seems unnatural for the drag racer to not want to play chase and chase hard, but that's where some of the gamesmanship in that index class will be, in that bracket, it will be coming up. Tyler Solons and Bill Hahn. Anna, Texas is home for Solons as he rolls the Dodge, the Ram up into the Hot Shot Secret Lane. Bill Hahn from Montana. Billy Hahn. 282 start, 768 flat, 86 miles an hour. So again, we're going to see a lot of those trucks in that 760 range when they come back around in those eliminators for the Driven Diesel Products Sportsman class. Zachary Gadwa from Florence, Texas, and Wyatt Blair will be our next pair. The Chevy going to the Hot Shot Secret side. The Blue Oval Ford going over into the Power Stroke Products side. One of them foregoing a water box burnout. The Ford saying, hey, I'll screech my tires. So I was just about ready to kind of make fun of Wyatt Blair for that weight in the water box and then barely a burnout, but it seemed to work for him as he got a good hook off the line at a 141 start. 889 with a 4 at 80 per. Robin Ridgway, our defending points and world champion from Lafayette, Indiana. And last night's burnout competition winner, Austin Pitts. Austin brings the double stack Dodge into the Power Stroke Products right lane. Left lane is our defending world and national champion, and she is becoming very adept at the winner's circle. Watch for the consistency. Qualifying session 1 yesterday, she went 068 on the light, went 10:27 elapsed time. The second trip down, she had a .12 reaction time, went 10:24. I'm willing to bet Tony is going to run the 10:2 somewhere. I'm betting she's going to be 1 or 0 light on reaction time. That is the consistency that she has shown the last couple of years as she's been a winner over and over and over. Her truck, Tony, she names everything from farm implements. Went 060 on the light, 1031 with an 8. So I was off a little bit on what I anticipated, but still, watch for the consistency. Kind of comparing yesterday to today, it is a little bit different. The ambient temperature, track temperature, those all have things to do with it. So keep an eye on Miss Robin Ridgway and her consistency with Tony, her 7.3 Ford. Gregory Gonzalez and JT Bowden are coming up next. Left to right respectively from Hot Shot Secret to the Power Stroke Products right lane. Tremendous sponsor of the NHRDA, the title sponsor of the events, an absolutely class act in Hot Shot Secret. Everybody that works underneath that umbrella is an absolutely fantastic and fanatic about the diesel industry. So cool to have Hot Shot Secret and Kyle with the crew. Gonzalez and Bowden ready to light things up here in their last qualifying session. Only had a couple of lights so far here, reaction time in the sportsman class. And of course, Robin Ridgway and Tony were one of those lights. Went 117 for Greg Gonzalez, 880 with a 4 on the laps time. JT Bowden 418 start. That's something he'll look at that ET slip, and boy, you better do better than that when we get to those elimination rounds. You got to have a good package when you get into that bracket racing. You want to have the reaction time. You want to run on your number. So there is a little bit of strategy. There is a little bit of gamesmanship. There is a little bit of thought process behind what your dial-in is going to be in that first round of elimination. Jacob Batts from Red Oak, Texas, and Cody Gilbert from Fort Worth are going to get their opportunities here in the last qualifier for the Dynamite Diesel products and Sportsman. That's never an encouraging sign when you see guys with mops and brooms and on their knees. But the head starter says, you be good. It's all right. Bring her up onto the line. Bump into those pre-stage beams. 7 inches later, the stage beam comes on. Did those 3 amber flashes and a green light go here in Sportsman. Jacob Batts is already in, forcing the hand of Cody Gilbert. You don't want a timeout. He does bump in. Tree falls on their last qualifying start. 114 and through the traps in a 760 with an 8 for Cody Gilbert. Batts in the left, Hotshot Secret Lane goes 776 with an 8. That seems to be the heart of this field, is in those 7.5 second runs. We could see a whole bunch of door-to-doors going down the racetrack today here in the Sportsman Eliminators. Next pair up is going to be Ty Kemp from Caldwell, Texas, and Ryan Harmon from DeRuyter, Louisiana. Great to see all the representation from around the country here at the Texas Motorplex for the NHRDA World Final. Multitude of states, as well as several, well, there's like 3 guys from up north of the border that have come south across our northern border to participate in this weekend's event. Most notably, Mario Minetti and Gord Cooper. Both of those will be participating in that hot rod semi-class, one of my favorite classes of the NHRDA. So Ty Kemp and Ryan Harmon as we get to the tail end of this Sportsman qualifying round number 3. So Ty Kemp is not going to like the looks of that ET slip. It's going to be kind of hard for him to determine what he is going to do. After that 608 start and a 956, did not seem to actually be able to get really into the power until he got out there half track at the 330 mark. Half of that 660-foot 8th mile. So we are now transitioning into the 10-4 magazine big rig bracket. And this one should be a good one as well. There was what I'll call a sleeper in the field yesterday. These two coming against me, James Holbert and Joel Asmundred. Amory, Wisconsin is home for the right lane driver, Holbert, from Mabank, Texas, in the gunslinger. So the redneck trying to run a good one here in the last hit before we get into the eliminators. Kind of like in the sled pulls earlier this morning where you saw the drivers trying to make that hook where they deemed they would have the best traction. Way left here in the Hot Shot Secret left lane is James Holbert. Jeb Skrinar from Drumite, Oklahoma. I know I'm killing that. And Justin Clifton from Wayne, Oklahoma. Justin is one of those guys that participated in the NHRDA. He has been one of the guys that's been a hitter in this big rig semi class. Big rig bracket rolling down for 10-4 magazine. You can subscribe to it. It is free, or you can do their digital. Justin Clifton and Ron Clifton. They're a lot of fun on social media as well. Top side of the racetrack. Remember, they are running the full length of the drag strip today. Neither one super stellar off the start, but both guys gonna get through the trap set 21 seconds. You're gonna see that increase here because there's that sleeper I was just talking about sitting over in the right lane. Joe DiPaolo. DiPaolo's the sleeper. I almost think that he should be in that hot rod semi class because he does burnouts just like the hot rod semis do. One of the things that you'll notice when you look at the hitch on the back of DiPaolo's rig, it is grease free. Everybody else, their hitch is greased. That means they're pulling something, they're hooking to something consistently. In fact, that hitch on the back of DiPaolo looks like you could probably eat off it. It is much cleaner than the table I had in college, that's for sure. Ricky Fenwick from Cotton Chute, Texas. He's opting to go deep to the right. So I'm not quite sure why these semis are not utilizing the groove that is developing there on the start in the center. But Rick Fenwick is opting to go right. Ricky Fenwick is a fantastic social media follow. Make sure you hook up with that guy on Facebook. He's all full of, that is a guy that knows a lot about a lot of stuff, and he's not afraid to tell you about it. Really enjoy the conversations I have. I really enjoy following him on social media. And I see headlights coming towards the tower up there in the top end. So right now the track staff is taking a look at something in the Hot Shot Secret left lane and making sure that there is nothing untoward on the racetrack so we can continue on. Looks like it's going to be a quick trip as he checks things out, then exits. Now Fenwick, he is the defending national points and world champion from a year ago here at the Texas Motorplex. Can he do what very few have been able to do over the years and be a repeat guy in big rig bracket? Now, we've seen repeaters in Sportsman, we've seen repeaters in Super Diesel, but not a whole lot of repeats in the other classes. So right now, Ricky Fenwick is trying to show that the guy from Cut and Shoot can flat out get it done. As Ricky Fenwick goes 4:49 on the start, 14:84 at 100 miles an hour. That's a very respectable pass for the defending champ, Ricky Fenwick. Good on you, kiddo. Just wondering if he's going to have his stuffed animal, his plush toy with him if he gets an opportunity to interview. The ubiquitous thing with Ricky Fenwick, I know he's going to have a toothpick in his mouth. He's a lot like Rip Wheeler in that effect. So Ron Clifton from Stratford, Oklahoma. Those Oklahoma boys, we used to see them week in, week out at the NHRDA, kind of hit and miss. He's got the super singles. It's one of the things that we noticed last night was he's running those super singles on the duels on the rear, and he did not, in any of the 2 passes that he made last night, did not have that hookup and connection. You got to start wondering and questioning the choice of tire, but we'll see if he can finally put it together. Clifton has been one of those guys that has come out in the winner's circle many times in the past for the NHRDA, and it is only fitting that the Clifton boys made their way here to Texas for this event. It'll be interesting to see how things shake out when we get into those elimination rounds. Bunch of really cool guys in this big rig bracket class too. They're all an absolute hoot to talk to. Think about it, when you spend hours and hours day after day in the seat of a cab by your lonesome, you probably come up with some ideas and some thoughts. Sometimes you probably get a little bit starved for human interaction, which we probably all need a little more of today. Go out and touch the grass. The world is not the internet, trust me. So Ron Clifton is the last to go in the big rig bracket. This semi's a rockin', don't come knocking. Ron Clifton doing his best impression of Randy in his boat in the dinghy. Since the boat don't work, he goes fishing in the dinghy. Crabbing, that's right. He goes out and catches him crab. Man, some of those pictures are just all I can think of. That's $10 a pound, son. You get rich doing that. I think he was having troubles getting that thing into the proper gear. I think that's what all that rocking was about. Trying to double clutch that thing into getting the synchros to match up. I know all of the time I spent in the ken with my dad, that dude rarely ever touched the clutch. He was awfully good at timing things out, waiting for the RPM to mesh. Clifton still, there's that repeat of what we saw yesterday, blowing the tires off on the line. Remember, that is a work truck. That is a money maker. That's not a race truck. That guy has most likely got a load to hook and haul here at the conclusion of today's event or tomorrow morning and keep that thing going up and down the road. Truckers are the heartbeat of America. And I see that there are a lot of changes going on in the world in the big rig industry, and it's very good to see. I just certainly hope that we can do the right thing by the American trucker. So that concludes our 10-4 magazine big rig bracket class. We are now going to roll into the ARP Super Diesel class. ARP-bolts.com on the interweb. Automotive racing products, the world leader in fastener technology. ARP is used by top engine builders and trusted in all areas of motorsports. ARP fasteners are manufactured to the highest standard and are made in the USA. Yes. Whether you're racing with a daily driver or top diesel, ARP has top quality fasteners for most applications. If you want assurance that your engine will stay together, use the fasteners that today's top professionals use and trust. Quality, performance, and trust have been proven. That is how ARP became the world's leader in fastener technology. Visit them at arp-bolts.com. Edgar Articona brings the Camaro back out for another hit in another class. Kevin Morrissey from Alvarado This is a 770 class. That means it's an index class. Everybody tries to run on the 770. Where Sportsman is going to be a dial in, this is an index of 770. Anything under is no good. Drag racing employs a worst or to our elimination rounds. When you break out, and we went 733 with a 4. That's Edgar's too quick in the Camaro. Morrissey on a 770 went 771. Nicely done. Lane right. Oh, going to the left lane is Lane Wright from Lubbock, Texas, a runner-up from a year ago and the current series point leader in Super Diesel in 770. He's got the single stack out the back of Trent Terry from Bryan, Texas, here in this last qualifying session for the ARP Super D class. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Can the worm turn for Lane Wright? Big, handsome Texas dude. He can win her all and put the heartbreak of a year ago behind him. A big old brake check there by Lane Wright. And I'm still interested. I need to talk to one of these drivers here in these classes and figure out what are you getting out of doing that in a qualifying session. You can look at your ET slip and what determination can you make from that? And I know there's a bonus points, the 10 bonus points for being the number one qualifier, which would be the guy that runs the closest to that 770. That was a 780 just posted by Lane. So again, it's just interesting to me what the thought process is. Keith Langwell will be coming up in the RPD Ford over in the Hot Shot Secret left lane. Jackson Blocker going into the right lane. Again, that is one of those super cool names, something like you would back in the day when all of the actors came up with a different name because they were, I don't know if you knew that John Wayne's real name was Marion. Do you think he would have been John Wayne if it was Marion? So Jackson Blocker, ARP Super Diesel, Keith Langwell. Suspect of my pronunciation of Keith's last name as well. Goes 769 with a 7, so that is 3/1000ths of a second from being dead on the number. It's under. That's not good in this class. You don't want to beat yourself when you get into those eliminators. Jeff Avery and Tyler Solons coming up. Barnhart, Missouri is home for Jeff Avery. And the single stack out the back for Tyler Solons from Anna, Texas in the Ram. Last time I did an event in Colorado, we had some Rams on property from a dealership on display, and I looked at the sticker price on a new Ram. Oh, I must be getting old because that's a house payment, not a car payment. You stretch it out over 7 years, your interest is more than the bottom line. A little hezzy on the start there for Tyler Solon. Like that start tree crept up on him. He went 765 with a 4 to the 779 with a 4 for Jeff Avery. So again, you look at that ET slip and you don't want to be under. It is, however, easier to go slower than it is to find speed. Austin Pitts, last night's burnout contest winner, double class in the day between Sportsman and the Super Diesel class. Tennessee Colony, Texas is home for Austin. He was a whole lot of fun in that burnout competition last night. Cody Gilbert from Fort Worth. Builds up over here in the Power Stroke product right lane. Nice solid pass for both guys. Cody Gilbert is under the 770. 17 1,000ths. Full second off is Austin Pitts, and that's going to be tough to do in this class. You're going to need to nearly run doggone it on the number. Dustin Minturn coming up from Leland, North Carolina, and our defending world champion, national points champion, Robbie Bowermaster from Abilene. Robbie is a super cool guy. I've gotten to know him over the last few years at the NHRDA. Absolute class act. One of the good humans. One of the people that you like to be able to see at the racetrack. I don't think that Robbie is in the chase. He is not in the chase for the overall national points championship, but he could be the guy that ends up in that final race of the day. So Bowermaster, remember 770. Robbie. Nice to see him run right down on a fast one. 783 with a 7. But Dustin Minturn has been a guy that's had some success at NHRDA as well. Goes 772 with a 4, so 24 1,000ths of a second from being right on it. That bodes well for both of those guys. Is Ryan Harmon from DeRidder, Louisiana. He is going to finish things out, I think, here on a single in the top diesel. Next up is going to be our, Super Diesel for ARP. Next up is going to be our 670 index class from PPE. I was wrong. We do have a... No, there was our 670s underneath the tower getting ready to go. So this will conclude our ARP Super D with Ryan Harmon. Gonna start going faster and faster through this qualifying session. Remember, we do have Philip Franklin coming up in the Pro Street. He owns both ends of the world record right now at a 492 elapsed time, 155.2 miles an hour. Yesterday went 481 and 157.47 miles an hour. So he's going to back that up within 10% at some point today or lower it, which is a definite possibility. Philip does believe that he can get down into the 670s. So in 670, Alex Plummer is our current national points leader as we go into this 670 class that is sponsored by PPE. Pacific Performance Engineering. If you're chasing insane horsepower, reliability, it is PPE. Ford. So Dusty Brown taking Dad's ride down the track. Larry Brown watching Dusty do such a great job last night as they took home some of the money from that no time competition last night. So Glenn Ford rolls out there at 60 feet and then is just going to take a nice slow Sunday drive on Saturday afternoon in the 2007 one-ton Ford. So Dusty Brown, 667 with an 8. So 22 1,000ths away from being on that 670 index. And of course, Glenn Ford is just going to throw that ET slip away. Not even worry about it, not even think about it. Just focus forward from this point on in the PPE 670 class. Super Street, Hot Rod, Semi, Pro Street, Pro Mod, you should be in the lanes ready for your opportunity. The Driven Diesel Super Street class is coming up at the conclusion of the PPE 670 index class. Dodge and Matthew Parker from Bryan and Edge Thompson from Stephenville. Both Texas guys loading up, and I've got to believe that 670 might be double classing as well when you get a bunch of modifications like we see on the back of the Edge Thompson's ride. What a cool name, Edge. I was telling the folks yesterday, I met a kid earlier this year. His name was Legend. I thought that was a pretty trick name. You're going to develop a kid that's either got a whole bunch of self-esteem or somebody that knows how to fight or he's funny. Matthew Parker, 140 on the start to the 294. Something tells me Edge is going to get there quicker, though. The 764 with a 5, so he is well under that 670 dial. Matthew Parker was well over the 670 at an 840 with a 3. Alex Plummer, Golden Valley, Arizona, and Sky Moorhead from Bryan. Like the looks of that entry by Sky Moorhead. Single stack poking out the back. Got the low profile tires, the wide wheels. Most likely a little bit of offset to get them out that wide. Spooling up. Oh, starter says, hold on, hold on. All right, so the boys clear off the debris. Kind of like swimming. They go out with a buddy system. Alex Plummer and Sky Moorhead. This is our 670 class. PPE 670. One smokestack out of the hood, one smokestack out of the bed. Deep stage with Sky Moorhead. Did not lose his composure. Plummer with 059. Haven't seen a whole lot of those. Typically, by now we have seen a bunch. Sportsman and Super D, usually a lot of those drivers are down on O-lights. Been few and far between so far in this last qualifying session. Jeremy Stickney from Waverly, Nebraska, and Chris Perales from Floresville, Texas. We saw him already in Sportsman. I told you it was kind of an odd combination for 670 and Sportsman, but buy those tech cards, kids. Done. JT Bowden and Jeremy White. Hiawassee, Arkansas is home for Jeremy. Woodinville, Texas for JT Bowden. Bowden? I'm going to go with Bowden. Boy, that left lane needs to get in. JT Bowden. Oh, they backed the red Dodge off for Jeremy White. I think Bowden was smoked out by his own stack. I don't think he could see. Yeah, he had to back out of her so he could get himself into those pre-stage and stage beams. Should be relatively easy now for Jeremy White to join. That smoke was definitely blinding JT. He was unable to see the tree. Timeout. That just was not anything that JT Bowden wanted in this highly competitive 670 class. Jeremy White did go under that index of 670 by nearly 2/10, well, about 10th and a half, I guess. Pro Mod, Pro Street, if you're going to make this last quali hit, you need to be in the lanes. Race Control is saying Pro Street and Pro Mod, gots to have you. The Summit Race and Pro Street and Pro Mod driver, you need to be in the lanes if you want this last qualifying hit. Driven Diesel. So we have come to a conclusion of the PPE 670 index. We're going to the Driven Diesel Super Street. Super Street category. Coming up, which is a 590 class. Driven Diesel, been on board with the NHRDA a long time. Driven Diesel is best known for being the industry leader in 7.3 and 6.0 Power Stroke fuel systems. Did you know they also make killer transmission cooler kits for the 11 through 19 6.7 Power Stroke trucks, or that their Duramax power steering line kits are offered by the top names in Duramax performance? Never interested in the same product, different brand game? Driven Diesel is remain focused on opportunities to solve modern diesel problems with new and unique products. Ask your favorite diesel shop for Driven Diesel or visit drivendiesel.com for a list of their top dealers. The Driven Diesel 590 class, Chris Patterson and Jake Caldwell. Pair of Texas boys having some fun on Saturday afternoon at the Motorplex. We're getting faster and faster and faster. They smoked me out of my live view, but I've got a monitor for Diesel TV to show me the run. And neither guy bumps up against 690. Patterson went 633, was the closest to that 590 in those two trucks to go down track at the 8th mile. Hot Shot Secret is powered by science. Kyle and the crew will hook you up with the great stuff that you need. They are the major player in the diesel industry. Hot Shot Secret is powered by science. And the next couple of drivers got themselves some backup girls. Like to see it. I'm going to throw back to the 50s and 60s. I think that should be mandatory in the pro ranks. Ray Ross from San Antone going into the Power Stroke Products right lane. Unfortunately, is a Ghost Rider on my sheet in the left. ODSS versus NHRDA today. Who's going to go home with the hardware? 2 years in a row for the NHRDA, but ODSS got a shot at it today. We got to get that TSD right lane to bump in. The head starter says, hold it, back them off, back them off. the stripe, 582. So he's going to go under that 90 dial by 8/100ths for Ray Ross. 576 with a 9. Well under was our left lane for Hot Shot Secret. George Lowen from Abilene and Brett Markham from Missouri Valley, Iowa are the next pair to come up for their last qualifying session. You know, one of the things that I've noticed that's went away over the last couple of years, especially those that I know they're running nitrous, but I just do not see them purging lines anymore. I'm going to have to check with the drivers and see if there's been some kind of new innovation or creation that doesn't need the purge, because they always, every kind of rig that was running any kind of nitrous, you always see them purge that nitrous line to make sure that when they hit the juice button, it is right there. But I do not see them purging anymore, so there's got to be some kind of innovation that has happened in the last couple of years that these guys cannot have to waste any of that NOS. Speaking of waste of NOS, we had one of the drivers last night in the burnout contest that just shot an entire 15-pound bottle into the air cleaner. Just opened the nozzle on the bottle, shot it into the engine compartment, and in 30 seconds, they burned that entire 15 pounds. 590 dial went 594 with a 2, did Brett Markham. And unfortunately, timing out Greg Llewellyn, not going to see any kind of incrementals on his ET slip. Poor Boys Diesel. One of the coolest wraps in all of motorsports for Dion Taylor from Buckeye. Blaine Laverty from Erie, Oklahoma is going to bring his highly modified ride over into the Hot Shot Secret left lane as we incrementally get faster and more horsepower here in the late stages of qualifying. Hot Rod Semis coming up. We got a problem in the right lane. That was pretty dramatic. And it is still continuing to be dramatic as that thing is absolutely puking everything as you see the track crew immediately throw the red lights on the start tree. Gonna head down and look, the driver is pulling over to the wall. He realized he has had a critical failure. Hate to see it. You know that's going to be costly for the Poor Boys Diesel. So we'll wait to hear from race control what has happened over in the right lane. Still looks like it is a slow roller as he's pulled to the wall. Typically when they go to the wall, they just shut her down as the recovery crew and the cleanup guys are down there to check with the driver, make sure he's good. Most likely they're going to have to get a little bit of help to retract that from the racetrack and then make sure that there is nothing untoward going on in that right lane. This weekend sponsored by Power Stroke Products. That's going to give us a quick chance to go to some commercials and great information for the NHRDA sponsors.
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Products proven by third-party testing to unleash diesel engine performance. Increase fuel economy. Boost cetane. Lubricate and clean out pumps and injectors with Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Reduce wear, restore power, and lubricate critical internal components with Stiction Eliminator and FR3 Friction Reducer. Fuel and oil solutions that keep your diesel running in top condition, saving you time, money, and stress. Hot Shot's secret lives in the lab to make sure its products not only perform, but remain best in class. Pick up some today and see the difference for yourself. Hot Shot's secret, powered by science.
Unleash the true power of your truck with Pacific Performance Engineering. Our high-performance intakes, charge pipes, and intercoolers boost your truck's horsepower and torque. Our high-grade aluminum transmission pans, oil pans, and differential covers ensure optimal cooling and efficiency. PPE delivers unmatched reliability and is your one-stop shop for all your performance needs. Visit PPEpower.com today to learn more.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
So as we have come back from that commercial break, it sounds like the right lane where all of the action was no fluids, nothing untoward on the racetrack, but now they are finding oil in the left lane, or a fluid in the left lane. So they're going to do a little cleanup there at the 8th mile in the Hot Shot secret left lane. That'll give you guys a chance, if you'd like, to step away from the grandstand seating area, cruise down and check out the merchandise from the NHRDA, t-shirts and hats. Get yourself a hooded sweatshirt. I know you probably, the last thing you want today is a hoodie, but there is going to be a day that you'd like to have one, and you could have one by going to the NHRDA trailer. All of the other fantastic vendors and sponsors that are in Vendor Row, be a great opportunity to swing by there. It's lunchtime. The food booths are open. Go get yourself hooked up. We'll have a few minutes of cleanup before we can resume action with our hot rod semis. They are coming up as soon as track maintenance is done. Yeah, my favorite class is hitting the racetrack. This is our hot rod semi with Arnold Hernandez and Mario Manetti. Mario Manetti held the world record until Dave came along last year and took it away. Dave Stewart, our Canadian friend that holds both ends of the world record, the ET of 1120, 122.5 miles an hour. Mario has been down in the tens a couple of times this year. So we got a chance, our first chance at seeing some world record action at the World Finals. Spool them up, spin them out. Big old nasty gnarly burnouts coming at you. I think there's a little bit of competition amongst these hot rod semi drivers on who can do the longest, nastiest, smokiest burnout. And when it comes down between Mario Manetti and Smoking Guns Gord Cooper, that's a toss-up. Remember the numbers: 11:20 elapsed time, 122.5 miles an hour. Anytime Mario is on the racetrack, this guy is world renowned. He is asked to come across the world. I mean, places you wouldn't even think of, like South Korea, Southeast Asia, all the way down in New Zealand. This guy's been asked to come tune and teach. So Mario Manetti, the House of Power, Arnold Hernandez. He goes the hot shot secret lane. My favorite class is ready to get to it at the World Finals. Just not something right on Mario Manetti. We had not seen any of the normalcy that we usually get out of that truck. Went 12:34 with a 1 at 113 mile an hour on the 0:34 start. Cut a good tree. Unfortunately for Arnold Hernandez, he's not going to get any kind of incremental as he left before the third amber. That means he left way too soon. Oscar Velasquez and Gord Cooper. That's Smoking Guns Gord Cooper. My Canadian friend, he is a veritable walking wealth of information about the Kenworths. That guy is just like he could probably start his own museum from all the cool stuff that he has in his shop. El Manzan of Oscar Velasquez from LA, Los Angeles, California. So Gord Cooper, who has been a national points champion, he has been a world champion in the past. He was the runner-up a year ago. Mario Manetti was third. Our world record holder, Dave Stewart, who is not on property this weekend, was the winner last year. Oscar Velasquez, he rounded out the top 6 in points from a year ago. Gord. Smoking Guns, Gord Cooper. One of the best to ever do it. One of the most respected names in the hot rod semi game. Smoking Guns looking to get it. Oscar with a good run, good start, good finish. 11:36 with a 1 at 125. So that mile per hour of Oscar Velasquez, if he can back that up by 10%, he could have a new mile per hour world record. So Oscar Velasquez at 125 and change. That's quicker than the 122.5. He was in a 12-second ET, but he had a very, very stellar run on the mile per hour end of it. Looks like we need to do a little cleanup after Smoking Gun Gord Cooper went down that right-hand side of the racetrack that is sponsored by Power Stroke Products. So Oscar with a little over a 12-second pass. He wasn't, I think he was within a second of that ET world record set by Dave Stewart last year. But right now that 125.37, if he can back that up within 10%, he could hold part of that hot rod semi world record on the last day of the 25 season of the NHRDA Chase for the Championship. It all culminates here at the Texas Motorplex after being in Arizona, Oklahoma, Montana, now to Texas to finish out crowning champions over a series points chase, a World Finals Championship try here on Saturday. Gary Reese and Wayne Talkington, the legend Wayne Talkington from Kingman, Arizona, and Gary Reese from Hastings, Minnesota, as they clean up the racetrack before they send these two hitters down the track. Wayne Talkington, I do believe he is currently in the chase for the series championship. He is actually leading it by 20 over Gary Reese. So this pair here in qualifying are the guys that are contending to be the national points champion as well as the world champion at the end of the day. Oscar Velasquez is in the hunt. He's 60 points back after just posting a world record type mile per hour run at 125 in hot rod semi. Like I said, world records are hard to break, but when you've got the hitters like we've got in a couple of these, well, at least three classes here this afternoon. We've got Wade Minter in the Pro Mod that's got a chance at it. Philip Franklin most likely is going to set new world records. He currently holds both ends. He's probably going to lower one and raise another. And then, of course, here in Hot Rod Semi, Dave Stewart is being challenged as the king of the Hot Rod Semi class right now, at least mile per hour wise, by Oscar Velasquez. And I see all the black shirts returning to their respective spots. That means hopefully we're ready to refire here in the Hot Rod Semi and send them out. There is the thumbs up. There is the point from the stager starter going, come on, light them up, roll them up, burn them out. And Wayne is another one of those drivers that likes to do that long, extended, prolonged burnout. One of the reasons I like this class is they are an eclectic bunch. If you get out there in the pit area, stop, they will chat your ear off. In fact, you'll be trying to figure out a way to get out of those BS headlocks. Lucas Oil Mav TV, the legend Wayne Talkington. Wayno's been battling some health stuff the last couple of years. I think it's kind of all behind him now. He's doing much better. He is a class act of a guy. I've certainly enjoyed his company the last couple of years. Gary Reese trying to chase down that national points championship. right, can one of these two get it done? Can one of these two rival what we've been seeing already with Oscar Velasquez going high? And through the top side of the racetrack, Wayne goes 1283 to 105, the 1274 and 105. That was a very nice qualifying pass. Those guys were able to look at one another the entire length of the drag strip. We are going to do a brief amount of track prep as we head into the hitter classes, Pro Street and Pro Mod World Championship, or excuse me, World Record tries coming up. We're going to take a short commercial break here while we get ready for the fast classes.
Take care of your diesel engine. It'll return the favor. Add Hot Shot Secret to your fuel, to your oil, and boost power, performance, and fuel economy. Claims proven by third-party testing and real-world results. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Summit Racing Pro Street Class is coming up. The Summit Racing equipment is proud to be an official high-performance source of the NHRDA. Shop more, save more at summitracing.com. You'll find thousands of parts from trusted brands, parts for racing, street performance, trailers, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Download the Summit Racing app to get the parts you want faster and easier. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. summitracing.com. This is Pro Street, and we have a chance at seeing a world record. Philip Franklin went down the track in this class yesterday. He is the current world record holder at a 492 at 155.2. Yesterday evening went 481 at 157.47. He needs to be within 10% of that number to back it up and make those the new numbers in the world records. Philip Franklin has already got a big piece of the history of the NHRDA and trying to solidify that even more here on World Finals Saturday. Philip Franklin will be taking Opie to the right lane. He's from San Antonio, a very unassuming, quiet guy until he gets in the seat of that truck, and he is an absolute killer in that 2006 3/4 ton Dodge. And he has Matt Ray from Central Oregon. I think that takes some dexterity. Look at that long. Oh, Philip blows him out. 330 feet. Got squiggly with it. Went 573 with a 4 at 97 miles an hour. You could see he was just getting into the heart of the horsepower when the rear end broke away. Oh, that is so close. So much potential in that pass for Philip Franklin. Oh, he didn't back up the WR times at that time by, but he still got chances. So the Summit Racing Pro Street is in the books. Now our Pro Modified, the 63 split window Corvette of Wade Minter. He is the current world record holder of both ends of the world records in Pro Mod at 432, elapsed time 162.28 miles an hour. He just hasn't been able to get the horsepower to hook. We were in Montana a couple of weeks ago. Every time the track could not hold him. Last night, when we thought we were going to get a run out of him there in that second qualifying session, and it just did not transpire the way he or Chris Buheider or anybody here in the tower was anticipating. And now they're trying to get the fire to light on the Corvette. Sportsman, they're calling you to the lanes. We need our Dynamite Diesel Sportsman class back into lanes 1 and 2. Big Rig Bracket, they're calling for you to the short shoot. So Sportsman and Big Rig Bracket, bring them. There's Wade, Minter, Chris, Buheider, and the rest of the crew bringing the Corvette to the track, trying to get that thing to finally hook and eat. All right, so Chris Buheider is the one out there in front of the Corvette, guiding his driver into the start block. His son was the one that was holding on to the back of the truck, and we're getting a really good shot from Patrick at the Diesel TV crew, showcasing Buheider, giving the little bump to the vet, little encouragement to his driver, and they got to be hoping that this thing will hold. They got to be hoping they'll hook. They got to be hoping that the tune is right. They got to hope that there's nothing wrong with that thing. Something doesn't seem right. Battled it through. Good piece of driving by Wade Minter, 461 with a 5 at 167 miles an hour. So the record is 167.04 from 162.28. So not on the elapsed time, but they did get a mile per hour that they'll need to back up to set a new WR in Pro Modified. So that'll give a little bit of bounce in the step for So Buheider and the rest of the crew for the split window Corvette should be happy with finally getting a pass. That's the first out of the last 7 chances down the track that they were actually able to hook and go. You can see that Corvette has got a lot of potential to send some numbers into the Stradiverse. Then we should have Sportsman, they have called you back to lanes 1 and 2. Big Rig Bracket, you should be in the short shoot. Pairings coming up as we get into the elimination rounds. 2 go down and only 1 comes back from here on out as we're closer and closer to crowning champions, the NHRDA World Finals. Super Street, it is your Super Diesel, it is your first call for the ARP Super D class. First call. Maximize your truck's performance and power with the pros at A-Star Diesel Performance. Family owned and operated for over a decade, offering expert service at the right price. Schedule your next appointment for diesel engine upgrades, new transmissions or repairs, and all general maintenance. Accessorize your vehicle from front grille guards, bumpers, light bars, and more. A-Star Diesel Performance has you covered. Check out the A-Star Diesel difference for the high-quality, reliable repairs you can trust at astardiesel.com. United Axle is a nationwide team of professionals committed to providing the transportation industry with the highest quality spindle repair service. They aim to meet and exceed their customers' expectations. For more information, go to their website at unitedaxle.com. Power Stroke Products, founded in 2015, Power Stroke Products is quickly becoming a leader in aftermarket diesel parts, delivering innovative, high-quality cylinder heads and crankshafts for Power Strokes and Cummins engines. Power Stroke Products, our right lane sponsor and a fantastic addition to the NHRDA World Finals weekend. Diesel Works in Fort Worth is your local Texas dealer alternative for maintenance, repairs, and diesel performance. They have now opened their parts store right next door with online shopping coming soon. They carry Randy's transmission, S&B filters, S&S diesel, Carly Push or Fleece, and much more in stock. Check them out on Facebook or Instagram or at dieselworksntx.com. Dieselworks, your dealer alternative. So 2 go down and only 1 will come back from here on out in all classes. The very first pairing is going to be Chris Perales and Ricky Fenwick, my old buddy from Cut and Shoot, Texas in the Peterbilt, trying to roll a little coal and have a good day, defend that title that he earned a year ago in the Big Rig Bracket. He went deep in Sportsman a year ago as well. And he's got Chris Perales, who is a hitter. Chris is dialed. They're going to update the computer screen on me here to see what our dial-ins are here in this Dynamite Diesel Sportsman class. Dynamite Diesel, a fantastic sponsor coming on board to support the Sportsman class. All right, so it is a 990 dial-in. for Ricky Fenwick. He's going to leave 3.45 seconds before Chris Perales from Floresville, Texas, who is dialed as 6:45. He's bumping right up against the limit of this sportsman class of 6:40. So dialed 6:45. Fenwick's Peterbilt. Puddin is dialed at 9:90. I wonder if he's got his stuffed animal toy. Oh, what a disappointing start for Rick Fenwick. That's not the way that thing usually leaves the line. That's not the way that thing usually runs down the track. There is a problem for Rick Fenwick. Wind light is going to go on for Chris Perales. So the day is done in sportsman for Ricky Fenwick. My buddy had problems. He's going to have to throw that away, disregard it, going to have a short memory, hoping that all mechanically is sound because he's got that big rig bracket to defend. So he's out of sportsman. Next pair coming up is going to be Clinton O'Neill and Dustin Minturn. Minturn, the guy from North Carolina, he has been very, very good in the qualifying sessions. Now, can he keep that winning mindset? He is dialed 770. Clint O'Neill in the Hot Shot Secret left lane from Wahoo, Nebraska, dialed at 8:25. He leaves over a half a second before Dustin Minturn. And this is the class that I think restraint, focus, concentration are the utmost importance, especially when you're having to wait to leave and watch your competitor get away from you down the racetrack. A lot of strategy comes in this class. A lot of consistency is necessary as well. Got to be sure of yourself. Trying to put Minturn away. And it is a double breakout. Both guys went under their dial in drag racing. It is worst or first or worst. And that time, the worst of the two offenders was in the Hot Shot Secret lane. Next pair coming up, Keith Langwell and Wyatt Blair. Langwell from London, Ohio is dialed 770. Wyatt Blair is dialed in 878. Keith Langwell has to wait a full second in the RPD Ford before he goes to try to catch the MDP Ford in the Power Stroke product right lane. So that red truck can see the groove. He backed up and turned in. Super Diesel, they're calling for you. ARP Super D. You guys got to be loading lanes 3 and 4. I do like how race control will tell me first call, and then a few minutes later it's like, go get them. Oh, what happened to call 2 and 3? Super D, we need you to the lanes. They are ready for you. Wyatt Blair, Keith Langwell. This is shaping up to be a dandy. They're mirror to mirror, door to door. Brake check for Langwell. Look at this. Dialed 770, ran 770 on the nut. Very good package. 166 start. Good on you. He's coming back around. Trent Terry and Larry Knapp, left to right respectively. Trent Terry dialed 768. Larry Knapp dialed 761. That's what I anticipated in the heart of this field. Most of those were running in that mid sevens. 7/hundredths of a second difference in dial in. So Trent Terry leaves in the left lane just before Larry Knapp. This should be another one that comes to the strike. This could come down to driver prowess. Single stack out in the back for Trent Terry, trying to beat the turn-up pipe of the Simplify Marine. Watch those brake lights. Yeah, starting to check up well short of 660. And the wind light will go on. Dialed 768, went 821, so neither guy was on the dial end. It will be interesting to see if Trent Terry makes an adjustment to that dial after getting that win light and coming back around for yet another pass in Sportsman to keep his world championship alive. Zachary Gadbois from Florence, Texas, and Tyler Solon from Anna. Gadbois is dialed 933. Tyler Solon's 765. So Tyler is going to wait for over a second and a half on the line in the Ram with a single stack from the back. Just about exactly identical on the start. Topside racetrack. Win light goes on for Tyler Solons. His 765 went 772. So he had the better of the packages, and he gets to move on to the next round of racing. Billy Hahn and Lucas Fry. Bill Hahn is currently sitting number 2 in points, 10 points back. Oh, excuse me. Change this over. He's sitting 10 points back of Lane Wright. So he is one of our contenders, is Bill Hahn, the guy from Montana, in the Ford in the single stack there in the left lane for Hot Shot Secret. He's got Lucas Fry from Magnolia at 882. That 882 work truck is going to lead first by over a second. Bill Hahn trying to keep things on a solid run to propel himself towards that national championship as he and Lane Wright are battling it out. It will be a win light for Billy Hahn. He's going to see another round of racing. Our first O-light here in elimination rounds when 083 start, 772 dial, and a 781 with a 9. So our number 2 guy in points is still in it today. Cody Gilbert from Fort Worth, Texas, and Lane Wright, last year's runner-up, this year's current point leader by 10. .300ths of a second separating these guys on the start. 770 for Gilbert, 767 for Wright. Win light going to go on left lane, Cody Gilbert. Cody Gilbert just took down the series points leader. So Lane Wright is out. The door is wide open for Bill Hahn. Exactly what Billy Hahn needed. Lane Wright. Oh, what a disappointment again at the Worlds. Oh, he's out in round number 1. Oof. Jacob Batts from Red Oak, Texas, and Ryan Harmon from DeRidder, Louisiana. The next pair. Both guys have dialed 770. And it'll be a win light in the left lane for Jacob Batts. Both guys dialed 770. He was closest to it, a 742 to the 791 of Ryan Harmon. Austin Pitts, the burnout winner from a night ago with an 850 dial. Gregory Gonzalez at an 890 dial. Here comes Austin Pitts got some money last night in the burnout pit. Changed those burnout tires from the racing tires and now trying to keep the racing hopes alive here in the sportsman class. Whole shot right now goes to Austin Pitts. Worst or first, and they both broke out. The worst of the offenders will be Austin Pitts, so Greg Gonzalez. Greg will see another round of racing. Austin is done for the day in sportsman. And now our defending, reigning national and world champion Robin Ridgway and her Ford named Tony She is currently sitting number 4 in points, 70 back of Lane Wright. Lane is out in round number 1. Robin was the number 1 qualifier. She picks up those 10 bonus points as being the number 1 qualifier. So that edges Tony and Robin even closer to being able to defend that national title from a year ago. Jackson Blocker from Gallatin, Tennessee. He brings his entry to the Hot Shot Secret left lane. His dial is 750. Robin Ridgway and her truck Tony from Lafayette, Indiana, dialed at 10.28. I've been keeping a little bit of track of what she did in qualifying. She went 10.27 first qualifier yesterday, then 10.24 today, 10.31, dialed 10.28, splitting the difference. Smartly done by the consummate professional and turning into be one of the best drag racers in the sportsman class. And Robin Ridgway and Tony. And then here comes Jackson Blocker. Super Diesel on 670. We need you to the lanes, please. And Robin Ridgway went under the 28 at a 234. Robin Ridgway is out. She will not defend the world or national title. She is out. She is done. She and Tony can load up and head back for Indiana. Jackson Blocker. We'll see another round of racing, and he just took out one of the biggest hitters in this class. Super Diesel, the ARP Super Diesel, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. PPE 670, we need you to lane 5. So Super Diesel and 670, they're calling you to the lanes, please. So both Lane Wright and Robin Ridgway are out. The two in the premiere of this class. Both drivers did it to themselves. You so rarely see Robin Ridgway anymore have any kind of a snafu where she and Tony beat themselves. But that time, just a little bit too excited. Maybe a little bit too much curl of the toes on the skinny pedal on the right-hand side of the floorboard. So we will have a new national points champion and a new world champion in our sportsman class, sponsored by Dynamite Diesel today. Lane Wright was a point leader by 10. He's out. So Billy Hahn has got a chance. Most likely, Billy Hahn now will become the national points champion because Chase Nelson is not in it. Robin Ridgway is now out. So I can just about definitively say Bill Hahn from Montana is going to be our national point champion. But can he nab both of them, the national and the world championship today? Hot Rod Semi, it is your first call. You guys are a good 10 minutes out, but Hot Rod Semi, we're letting you know you're on notice. This is call 1 for Hot Rod Semi. You should be ready to come to the lanes when called as we go into our 10-4 magazine big rig bracket class. 10-4 magazine, sponsor of the big rig bracket drag racing classes here at the NHRDA World Finals. 10-4 magazine, a fun and informative monthly publication that features the coolest trucks and trucking companies out there. Also, they are available free at 250 locations in over 25 states across the country. Get yours, 10-4 magazine. Justin Clifton and Joel Asmundrud. Asmundrud was in it there at Montana at the Yellowstone Drag Strip at the Big Sky Truck Fest. He came right down to nearly being the Big Sky champion as Justin Clifton from Wayne, Oklahoma. Great to see the Clifton boys back out. Justin has dialed 1960. Joel dialed 1885. It's 3/4 of a second separation on the start between Clifton then to Asmundrud. Hot Shot Secret left lane with Clifton. Right-hand lane sponsored by Power Stroke Products. Who stays in it? Who's done for the day? Who gets to keep playing? And who has to watch and be a spectator? Top side of the racetrack. Remember, they go out to 1,000 feet. Right now, advantage to Joel at the top side of the racetrack. Wind light does go on for Joel Asmundrud, so he'll get a chance to continue racing with Rick Fenwick coming to the right-hand side of the racetrack, the defending champ of the class, trying to pack home the hardware. But remember, something was wrong in that sportsman class. Did not leave or go down track anywhere near what we're used to seeing out of Rick Fenwick, my buddy. Rick Fenwick is one of those guys, if you really don't want to know what he thinks, then don't ask. Because if you ask, he will tell you. He's got Ron Clifton from Stratford, Oklahoma. This has been a very good matchup over the years. Ron Clifton and Ricky Fenwick, they've seen many a battle. See these guys out in the pit area and in the staging lanes, chit-chatting, buddying it up, and then they get into the truck and they're like, I want to do nothing more than stomp a mud hole right in your midsection. So Ron Clifton, got to believe that we're having troubles there somewhere in the transmission, something to do with shifting, something to get that thing into the proper gear that he wants, as he's been having to rock that thing. Used to see my dad do that a lot in that old Billy Mack dump truck that he ran. So Clifton and Fenwick, both guys might have some kind of a mechanical issue going on. I'll be able to tell on Rick Fenwick's pass this time if everything is right or not, as it was not right in that sportsman round that he had a little bit ago. Fenwick leads the points by 30 in his big rig bracket class. But can he continue winning and be the world champ again? Remember those super singles? They've been a problem for a long time. Clifton off the line. Way better launch. Way better through the gears for Fenwick. Caught him, passed him, drove right by him. As long as he does not go under that 1480 and beat himself, and he will not. Fenwick goes 1784. It will be interesting to see if he changes that dial in from what he had predicted into round number 1 for Rick Fenwick. Now the cab over coming up against the sleeper, Joe DiPaolo. I've been calling that a sleeper due to the fact that it does not look like he, I think he could be in that hot rod semi class. Jim Skinner Enterprises from Drumite, Oklahoma. I know I'm killing that town name. Oh no, Joe DiPaolo. The sleeper entry with problems. A mechanical takes him out. I actually had a little bit of money on that guy. I thought that Kenworth was going to be the one, so the cab over. Going to go for a Sunday drive on a Saturday afternoon, or will he hammer and honk it? The kind of racer I was a hammer and honk guy. Didn't matter if I was by myself or I was in the pack. I wanted to, I just didn't have any other mentality than go, 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 go. Skrinar, Jim is going to be a winner. Not the way you want to win at the World Finals. Unfortunate for Jim DiPaolo. .670 and second call, Hot Rod Semi. Hot Rod Semi, they're making their second call for you guys. So the gunslinger James Holbert from Mabank, Texas. The redneck ready to roll in the Hot Shot Secret Lane. He's down to 1460. Blast and smoke keeps the candle lit all the way down to a 1455. He had a red light foul, but since he was a single, that isn't going to matter. But he will look at that ET slip and try to make any kind of subtle adjustments to make sure that he can stay in the game when he actually has somebody in the opposite lane. .670 Hot Rod Semi, third call. You guys should be coming to lane 5 and 7 respectively, and they're throwing out first call for Super Street, the Driven Diesel Super Streets, lane 6, first call. 670 Hot Rod Semi and Super Street. They are now calling you. Final call to the lanes. All 670 Super Street and Hot Rod Semis should be in the lanes, please. ARP Super Diesel class is coming up, one of the hotly contested classes at the NHRDA. Current series point leader Lane Wright. He was put out in round number 1 of Sportsman. Can he salvage his day here in the Super Diesel class with our defending champ coming up in round number 1, Robbie Bowermaster from Abilene. He's got Cody Gilbert from Fort Worth. This is a 770 index class. That is the number 2 run. Who can be consistent? Who can complete the task and get out around number 1? Defending champ Robbie B taking on Cody G. At the stripe, double breakout. When light goes on for Robbie Bowermaster, it's first or worst, and the worst of the 2 offenders was Cody G. So Robbie B, he keeps his hopes alive at defending that title. He's nowhere in the national points chase, but the world championship is still up for grabs for Robbie Bowermaster. Now Jackson Blocker and Tyler Sullins. Both of these guys have been showing some admirable qualities in the qualifying session. Now can they put that together when it means something? The dodge with the single stack out the back, taking on the bull balls of Jackson Blocker. Both guys immediately bump in to the pre-stage. Blocker leads them into the stage beams. 3 simultaneous amber flashes. Green light, go. Whole shot goes to Sullins at the light, walks the break. 776 with a 1 and a win light for Tyler Sullins. So the guy from Anna takes out the super cool name of Jackson Blocker. Blocker's done for the day. Lane Wright and Trent Terry. Lubbock is home for Lane. Brian is home for Trent. So can Lane Wright have a short memory, just purge, dispose of that disappointment from the sportsman class and focus in on the Super Diesel sponsored by ARP. He's the point leader by 60. Most likely should go away as the series point champion, the national championship. Can he do the world championship? He's got to get out of this round, which he was unable to do in sportsman. Good launch and lead for Lane Wright. On the brakes way early. Both guys break out. Win light goes on for Lane Wright. Boy, by the skin of his chinny chin chin. 670 is your final call. 670 last call to make the lanes. So our point leader, Lane Wright, keeps his day alive just barely. Now coming up, Austin Pitts. He too was out in the sportsman. He's got Jeff Avery from Barnhart, Missouri, taking on the kid from Tennessee Colony, Texas in the flatbed. Winner of the burnout contest. Trying to keep his day of racing alive. All the bench racing is done. All the talking is done. All the testing, tuning, qualifying done. It is all business from here on out. You've got to win it or your day is D-U-N done. Jeff Avery finally bumps into that stage beam. And a good lead by Avery in this 770 class. Austin Pitts is up against it as they drive through the traps with a solid win light going on for Jeff Avery. So Austin Pitts' day of racing is done in round 1 in 2 classes. Keith Langwell in the Super D class going to the Hot Shot Secret left lane, and Joshua Hahn. Hahn was supposed to be there. Hahn's not. Langwell will be the single here in the Hot Shot Secret left lane. Broke by Sunday drive, Saturday afternoon. He knows he's advancing rounds. 670, 670, the PPE 670, you should be in the lanes. Driven Diesel Super Street, you should be there as well. Hot Rod Semi, they wanted you. All y'all should be in the lanes. 670 Super Street and Hot Rod Semi should be in the lanes. Super Street, index of 670 and Hot Rod Semi, all should be in the lanes.
So of all the places when I am here, pointed back, this should be the not a problem at all.
And now Kevin Morrissey. And so Larry Knapp unable to make the call. Kevin Morrissey on a single. That's the way you do a single. You go get it. All right, so we'll have a couple singles back to back to back here as Dustin Minturn was able to make the call. Unfortunately, Edgar in the Camaro not able to get out of it and had some kind of an issue that keeps him from competing here in this first elimination round for the Super Diesel class, sponsored by ARP. Find them at arp-bolts.com. Wet light immediately goes on for Dustin Minturn from Leland, North Carolina. Race Control is asking for Sportsman winners to return to lanes 1 and 2. First call, Sportsman. They're going to need you here shortly into the lanes for round number 2 of eliminations. Ryan Harmon from DeRider, Louisiana. Another one of those singles in the Hot Shot Secret left lane. Hot Shot Secret is powered by Science. You ought to make sure you can stop by. They do have free product they're giving away today. The EDT Everyday Treatment treats up to 100 gallons of diesel. You can stop by and get your free bottle as long as supplies last at Hot Shot Secret in Bender Road. So Harmon's another one that's going to go get it here in the 770 class on a single. Take this as another opportunity, as treat it like a qualifying pass. See what your numbers are and try to adjust accordingly. Went 116 start, 763 with a 9 on the 70 dial.
Okay, David, I am under the antenna to the side with my phone right next to it. How about now? How about now? Really? I just turned my phone on. Yeah, there's something else going on. It's gotta be.
PPE 670. Dustin Brown going into the Hot Shot Secret left lane in a very, very potent flatbed race ride. It was a winner of some cash money in that no-time deal last night. Larry Brown has passed the torch on to his son. That thing has won so much around the nation at different sanctioning and promoting bodies. He's got Matthew Parker from Bryan, Texas over in the right lane, sponsored by Power Stroke Products, the Dodge and Ford. 670 win line immediately goes on for Dustin Brown, who was a red light foul by 2/1,000ths of a second for Matthew Parker. Beat himself at the stripe. Never like to see wins accrued that way, but that's why you race the race. So Dusty Brown, we'll see another round here in our 670 index class. Dynamite Diesel Sportsman class. They are now calling you in earnest. We need all of our winners from round number 1 in Sportsman to return to lanes 1 and 2. 10-4 Magazine Big Rig Bracket, they're asking you to the short shoot. They're no longer giving calls. They're saying now is the time. Bring them to the lanes, kids. All right, so Sky Moorhead and Edge Thompson. Sky versus Edge, both Texas boys. Moorhead staging in the Hot Shot Secret left. Thompson staging in the Power Stroke Products right. 2 go down, 1 comes back in this competitive class. 670 is the number to run. No, you just did. So Alex Plummer and Jeremy White, the next 2 to play. Golden Valley, Arizona is home for Plummer. Hiawassee, Arkansas is home for Jeremy White. And that red Dodge with the single stack out in the back. Tail end of the field of the 670 index. And we've got a slow roller up there top side of the racetrack in the right lane. Track crew is eyeballing to see if we have to do any kind of recovery down there, or if they were able to matriculate off of the drag strip under their own power. Finally makes that left-hand turn. There are 3 opportunities in the big end of the racetrack to exit towards the ET shack, utilizing that second of those 3 holes to get out. Is Plummer and White now trying to boil things up. Get the boost, bring up the RPMs, take some dexterity when you're hard on the throttle like that to maintain the boost and operate that brake with the opposite foot to get into the beams. Simultaneous amber flashes to the green light go. Plummer had the advantage, and we've got smoke rolling in the right lane. He goes to the wall immediately. Jeremy White went to the wall. That's what good racers do. They know that, hey, if I've got an issue, I need to mitigate any kind of problems on the racetrack. So he went to the wall quickly. So they send the recovery crew down to check on the Hell on Wheels Dodge. All right, so there's obviously problems, untoward things going on for the Dodge. They got the hood lifted down there at the 1,000 foot.
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secrets. Scientifically proven to increase power, fuel economy, and reliability. Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment reduce DPF regens by up to 83%. Friction Eliminator followed by FR3 Friction Reducer reduce engine wear by up to 62%. Those aren't random numbers. They're the actual improvements confirmed by third-party testing, keeping your diesel running efficiently. With Hot Shot Secrets powered by science.
Is your stock oil pan killing your engine? Factory stock pans leave behind sludge, shavings, and contaminants that can lead to costly repairs. Upgrade now to a PPE engine oil pan. Its precision cast aluminum design ensures a complete drain out and increased cooling. Every PPE pan includes a magnetic drain plug and a limited lifetime warranty. Don't wait for engine failure. Visit ppepower.com today to give your engine the protection it deserves.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
So listening in on race control, they're saying from the 330 all the way to where that Dodge is parked, there is a mist of fluid that they will clean up before we resume action. So as you see, that track cleanup is continuing on by that wonderful staff from the Texas Motorplex, getting that back into a semblance of a race-ready race track after we had the fluid go down. And they will get that cleaned up before we can resume action. Race control is saying 10 minutes of cleanup time remain. 10 more minutes and we will return back to eliminator rounds. 10 minutes, so if you've walked away from your vehicle in the staging lanes, you need to be getting back to it, please. Big rig bracket, we need you in the short chute, please. Big rig bracket to the short chute. Sportsman, we should have you in lanes 1 and 2. Big rig bracket, we should have you in the short chute. All winners, bring it back. Hey, y'all. Race control is saying they're finishing up that cleanup. So we should have everybody back to their race ride and ready to rock, rattle, and roll and continue on with these eliminators. Come on, come on. Track staff is getting themselves into their final positions. We should have racers ready to go. All right, all right, all right. They're putting the equipment away, and we're ready to go drag racing with Chris Perales and JT Bowden. Woodville, Texas is home for Bowden. Perales out of Floresville, as the Texans will match up here in the 670 run, the PPE 670 class. If you're out in the Midway, hanging out on Vendor Road, checking out sponsors and such, you want to make your way back to the grandstands as we are returning to racing. Round number 1. Solidly placed the blame on my race director's shoulders for what has transpired today. He broke a golden rule of motorsports. He made a prediction. You never do that. You never say the R word, and you never say the done time. So that's Jeremy Stickney and Glenn Ford. My apologies there. That were the last names I read were the last passes down. Glenn Ford is a no-show from Abilene, so Jeremy Stickney from Waverly, Nebraska. Will he light the can? He is an ODSS guy. Remember, there is an ODSS versus NHRDA title up for grabs. Big old hop. Got out there 60, decided to lay back in it. And goes through the stripes, an 088 reaction time on the wrong side of right. And then posting a 6.794 on a 70 dial. 94 thousandths of a second for being right on it. We'll now change categories, I believe, into the Driven Diesel Super Street. In Super Street, Will Terry is currently leading the series points over Brett Markham and Myers Stump at 70. He's got him by 10. As we move into the 590 class, Brett Markham and Nathan Banstra. So Markham just talked about him being 10 points back of Will Terry. As we go into this round number one eliminators, we're chasing national points championships and world championship titles today. To conclude, as we started in Arizona, on to Oklahoma, into Montana, and now to the Lone Star State for the World Finals Saturday. Markham from Missouri Valley, Iowa, Sioux Falls, South Dakota for Nathan Banstra. Something about the Dakotas, Minnesota, Wisconsin, they all have that, oh, don't you know? Markham on a great launch and he broke out. So Markham beat himself on the 590 with 588 and 8. Banstra went 590 with a 6. Oh, you never want to beat yourself, especially when you're in the running to double up on championships in one day. Ray Ross and Blaine Lafferty are coming up. Ray Ross considerably on the outside looking in, but remember, today is a double points day. That could play into an effect here later on. So Ray Ross currently sitting number 8. He's actually tied for 6th at 40. Markham just went out. Will Terry is still in. Ray Ross keeps his championship hopes alive, but the win light will go on for Blaine Lafferty from Erie, Oklahoma. Went 595 with a 5, and Ray Ross just couldn't get down into the 5s. George Lowen and Chris Patterson, the two Texas boys. Not seeing Patterson from Weatherford. Lowen is the single out there from Abilene. All y'all in the big rig bracket should be in the short shoot. Fenwick's there. Blew him off on the line to George Lowen. Kept that thing out of the wall nicely. Looks like a water bottle left behind. Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, and Super Diesel should all be back in the lane. Sportsman, you guys are always been in 1 and 2. Short shoot for the Big Rig Bracket. 3 and 4 for Super D. Everybody, all y'all should be back in the lanes. It's hot. It's hot out here. The water box guy helping out that dude that I hope he's got sunscreen on that dome. That thing is looking like a grape. Looks like Bert Kreischer after a good couple of martinis. All right, so they did clean things up there rapidly in the left lane as it looked like a water bottle got loose. As down below me is our Hot Rod Semi, one of my favorite classes. The Hot Rod Semi is ready to come at us with Oscar Velasquez and Gary Reese. Now, Oscar Velasquez, he did set a number here earlier at 125.37 miles an hour. If he's able to back that up in any of his passes yet to come, he would be able to set that world record and own part of it. Dave Seward not here to defend. He's at 11:20 at 122.5. Oscar Velasquez went just over 12 at 125.37 miles an hour. So Oscar Velasquez, that is the red Kenworth that was new in 1957. He's got Gary Reese from Hastings, Minnesota. Reese is right there in points as well. Chasing Wayne Talkington that has got 20 on him right now. Side. Ooh, 97.25 mile an hour, so that's not going to get it done in that round. But he does get the win light, so he will get another chance. And Gary Reese is out, so that is going to be helpful to Wayne Talkington. Wayne may go away with a National Points Championship for that Lucas Oil MAV TV entry. Wayne, the legend Talkington from Kingman, Arizona. He's got Arnold Hernandez in the V-Bros. Yeah, Arnold Hernandez wanted a third try at that burnout. Head of staging, the official starter went, no. Come on, get that thing up here. Wayne Talkington with a long extended burnout in that MAV TV Lucas Oil entry. If he can solidly get a win here, I think it would put him in a really good position to be the national points champion. But Oscar Velasquez is still there. He's 60 back, but it's double point day. Come on, Wayno. Come on, Arnold. Give us a good one. Thank you to gears. Arnold just drove by him. Top end of the racetrack. It's going to be win light going on for Arnold Hernandez. So Wayne Talkington is out in round number 1. How many times has it happened to the hitters today? Here comes a really good battle. Two guys coming from Alberta. Gord Cooper, smoking guns Gord Cooper in that Air Dog entry 68 Canadian Kenworth from Rocky View, Alberta. Edmonton is home for Mario Manetti. There is absolutely zero love lost between these dudes. In fact, I would say there was actually some professional animosity. I would go as far to say there might even be a tinge of hatred between these two guys. When you get two alpha males, both of them think that they know best when it comes to tune, that they know best when it comes to racing. When you've been a king of the hill like Gord Smoking Gun Cooper has been over the years, and you get a guy like Mario Manetti that came in and just became a real hitter in the class at NHRDA. You kind of have a changing of the guard from a guy that dominated to a guy that wants to dominate between Gord and then over to Mario Manetti. This is going to be a little bit of a race within a race. There's a little bit of pride on the line. There's a little bit of that type A personality. There's a little bit of that alpha male, toxic masculinity they like to call it, which is ridiculous. Between these two guys, the veritable wealth of information about Kenworths. The guy probably owns enough super cool Kenworth stuff to start his own historical museum of the brand. As he gets back into the start lane for his opportunity to get around Mario. Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, Super Diesel should all be in the lanes. We should have all three of those classes in the lanes. Dynamite Diesel Sportsman, 10-4 Magazine Big Rig, and the ARP Super D. Every one of y'all from the winners should be back in the lanes, please. I am super interested in this matchup. Neither one of these two drivers are in the running for a national championship. Both of these drivers are in the hunt for a world championship, but only one will continue their day. Only one will maintain that opportunity to be in the winner's circle on Diesel TV at the conclusion of the World Finals Saturday. Manetti, Cooper, rivalry, pride, bragging rights, the ability to continue looking down your nose at your competitor, smoking guns. What a character. Mario Manetti, I can't understand a word he says. He acts like he's speaking English, but I'm not understanding it. And look at this. Manetti is driving away. Top side of the racetrack. When light goes on for Mario Manetti. 1178 with a 6. Not there on that number. 116 mile an hour. Not there on that number for world record. But he has just dispatched Smoking Gun Gord Cooper. Cooper's Kenworth is DUN done at the Worlds. And look at the celebration from Mario Manetti's team. These guys are high-fiving, fist bumping, chest bumping, belly button bumping. very happy with the success of their driver, Mario Minetti. Wade Minter in the Pro Mod 63 split window Corvette. Like my friend Aaron Pulburn at the IHRA, he got so tired of seeing the split window Corvettes. I always thought they were cool. But this one has always kind of had a little piece for me. That Wade's a nice guy. It's a cool truck, or a cool car. He's got some super cool guys on the team. See Team Opie's Philip Franklin down there watching along as Buheider brings him in. Wade's boy there on the back to hold the wing. Keep that. It's not. Well, that was much better than what we saw earlier today as far as a burnout goes. Maybe, just maybe, they got the tune right. Maybe, just maybe, we'll see a hook giddy up and go. He holds the world record at 162.28 miles an hour. Earlier today, he went 167.04. He needs to be within 10% of that to back it up and make that a new world record or lower. So Chris Buheider on the headset with his driver, gets him where he wants. The rest of the team goes to work and making sure that wheelie bar is adjusted to where they want it on ride height. Okay, the numbers we need to see to confirm that world record. 165 or 168, either way. Scratch it, roll it, rock it, 170.97. We have seen a new world record. Wade Minter and the crew have a new world record, 167.04 mile an hour in Pro Modified. Sportsman round number 2, Tyler Solons and Chris Perales. And the win light going to go on for Chris Peralta. In the day for Tyler Sullins. Tyler was sitting number 6 in points, so his opportunity at a national points championship has dwindled away. Lane Wright, who was a point leader, his has dwindled away. Bill Hahn is still in the hunt. Rob Ridgway is out. Dustin Minturn. Jackson Blocker. Jackson was done in his second class. He's still alive here in Sportsman, the Dynamite Diesel Sportsman class. Minturn has been really good. Dialed 770 with 750 a blocker. And on Dustin Minturn. Red light. Win light goes on for Jackson Blocker. Handed a win on this tree. Jacob Batts and Trent Terry. Batts is dialed 770. Trent Terry 768. Most of this field is there in the mid sevens. $670, we need you to the lanes. The PPE $670. We need you to the lanes, please. It's a whole shot victory for Trent Terry. Went 773 on the 68 dial. Jacob Batts overdrove it, went under. Red light goes on in the right lane. Sponsored by Power Stroke Products. Keith Languel and Greg Gonzalez. London, Ohio is home for Languel. Surprising that guy would miss out on college football Saturday. I'm sure that the Buckeyes are playing. Gregory Gonzalez has dialed in at 890. He's going to leave first. 1.2 seconds later, Keith Languel will go in the RPD Ford. That's Super Duty trying to keep winning. Both guys hard on the brakes at the stripe. Keith Languel, we'll see the win light. Went 72 on the 70 dial. Good on you, Keith Languel. 035 start, a very good package for Keith. Billy Hahn. Bill Hahn is coming up, the driver from Montana. He is probably going to be the national points champion. Good on you. Is Lane Wright. Pretty sure Lane is out of this class. Cody Gilbert out of Fort Worth. He's dialed a 770, so these guys separated by 2/100ths of a second off of the stripe, or off of the tree, excuse me, to the stripe. Bill Hahn dialed 772. Gilbert is 770 flat. Himself on the line with 018, and that is going to be encouraging for Bill Hahn because he dialed a 7.72, went 772 with an 8, with 277 on the start. So Billy Hahn has a really good odds-on chance to be our national champion of the NHRDA in the sportsman class. Super Diesel drivers, we need you to your trucks. All Super D drivers for the ARP Super D, you should be with your rides as we now transition into the big rig bracket round number 2. Rick Fenwick. We got the lanes wrong. Lanes, you got that Jim Skrinar is going to take the ride from Oklahoma into the Hot Shot Secret left lane. Cut and Shoot Texas's own Ricky Fenwick. 1480 dial-in for Ricky, 2125 for Jim in the cab over. So Ricky's got to show some patience and then some perseverance as he's off and rolling. I don't know what that was earlier today when he had that subpar run, but he was quickly able to dismiss that. And now is he going to run out of time, room, and real estate as he tries to reel him into the top side at the stripe? Double breakout. The worst of the offenders was Ricky Fenwick. The cab over moves on. Fenwick will not defend the big rig bracket title. Oh my. Fenwick may be able to hold on to the National Points Championship. Although double points day could make a difference because Joel Asmundrud is right there. Justin Clifton is right there. This could be a very tight one here as we get towards the end of the day. James Holbert and Joel Asmundrud, I just mentioned him. I know that I'm absolutely murdering his name. I know in Montana I was really, this is kind of a, just inside between me and you guys. I was rooting against him because I didn't want to have to say his name in the winner's circle. But if he's there today, I'll figure it out. 1885, the dial-in for Joel. I won't have to worry about saying his name in the winner's circle to beat himself. Red line foul. Left too early by 165. Low light for James Holbert from Baybank. He's going to go to the top side of the racetrack with a win light. Good on you, James. But can you run your 1460? You went under. So it is first or worst. The first of the fences was done by Joel with a red light foul. He did go 14.279. Did James Holbert as a little bit too quick on the 60 dial. He'll take a look at that ET slip and adjust accordingly for the next round of racing. So we should have our Super Diesels back to their trucks loaded and ready to go. PPE 670 class should be coming into the lanes as well. All right, one last time. Race Control is saying, ARP Super Diesel, you got to be in the lanes or we're going to just move on. Sure would hate to cheat yourself of the opportunity of winning and staying in the chase. So last and final call, ARP Super Diesel. Now rolling into the ARP Super D. The Super Diesel class will be rolling out into the water box for their elimination round. Got a winner to stay in at this stage of the game. Yep, another one of our hitter classes. The hotly contested ARP Super Diesel class. So Robbie Bowermaster from Abilene, he is the defending champ going into the Hot Shot Secret left lane. Kevin Morrissey from Alvarado, so 2 Texas boy, one from Abilene, one from Alvarado. Getting ready to go down the racetrack, left to right, Bowermaster to Morrissey. Robbie is nowhere in that national points chase. However, that world championship is still alive. Looking good and at the stripe. Oh my, it is a double foul. The worst of the offenders is Robbie Bowermaster. 770 dial went 653. Ouch. Defending champ, done. 670, race control is adamant. 670, we need that PPE class. Back to the lane, 670, bring him, come on, roll him. Jeff Avery from Barnhart, Missouri. Tyler Solons from Anna, Texas. This 770 class. Take a look here. Tyler Solons, I think he was in the running. He is currently tied for 4th in points. He is well back of Lane Wright. I've got to believe that Lane Wright will at least be able to hold on to the National Points Championship. As Avery and Solons get ready to go up the racetrack. Sportsman winners, bring it back to 1 and 2. Sportsman winners back to 1 and 2. We're hot lapping you guys. Sportsman winners, got to have you back. Win light going to go on for Jeff Avery. So Tyler Solon's chance has just been denied. Jeff Avery currently sitting 2nd in points coming into the weekend. He's got an opportunity to drive by Lane Wright for that National Points Championship. Keith Langwell and Lane Wright. Lane is going over into the right side of the racetrack, sponsored by the wonderful folks at Power Stroke Products. He was a bridesmaid in 2 classes last year. He's down to his last opportunity to dash, to burn away, to make last year not matter. It's up to this pass right here to see if he can continue on. Advantage early was Lane Wright. Oh my gosh, Lane Wright did it to himself again. Broke out, went under his 770 to a 764 and 3. Oh my. Lane Wright might once again, because that was the guy that was sitting 2nd in points. Oof. What a man, I feel for him. I feel for Lane Wright. This is just, he was so dominant this year in a couple of classes. Just, oh. What a hard way for that guy to finish out his Saturday at the Worlds. Out in both classes. Early in the day. Most likely going to get passed up on national. No world chance now. Dustin Minturn, he's still got it going on in Cleveland, North Carolina versus that Ryan Harmon from DeRuyter, Louisiana. North Carolina, Louisiana, North versus South. Going up the racetrack in the 770 class. When light goes on, it's going to be Ryan Harmon from Louisiana. 773 with a 5 is going to be better than the 842 for Dustin Minturn. So Dustin, who has been dandy, is done. Once again, sportsman, winners from Sportsman. They are asking you guys to make your way back to the staging lanes. The winners, were hot lapping you guys. Now moving into the PPE 670 class, the ODSS driver of Jeremy Stickney from Waverly, Nebraska is still in it. He's got Chris Perales in the hot shot secret left lane. So Perales and Stickney, this should be a good one as well. This is truly NHRDA versus ODSS. Oh, it's a red line foul by 006. Perales is done. Stickney for ODSS. Keeping the hopes alive to pack that trophy home for the first time. NHRDA has done it the last 2 years. Now ODSS trying to say, hey, that hardware is ours. Dusty Brown from Kennedy, Texas. That is Larry Brown's boy and Larry Brown's truck up against Edge Thompson. So a couple of dudes from Texas in the 670 index class. Uh-oh, we got a broken truck. Edge Thompson is broken, not going to be able to make the pass. So Dusty Brown can make a Sunday drive on a Saturday afternoon, or he can light it up and hit it. I bet she lights it up and hits it. Nope, going to break the beams. All that was needed to be done was break the beams. He did so he'll advance rounds in the 670 class, courtesy of PPE. Sportsman. Race Control is calling for the winners from the last round of Sportsman. Return to the lanes. Hot lapping you guys. 2 or 3 of our classes are already at the final. So we got to get down through everybody else so we can run the finals back to back to back to determine those national and world champions. The dynamic mechanic entry with troubles. First call, Super Street. First call, the Driven Diesel Super Street. First call. So Alex Plummer from Golden Valley, Arizona will be receiving a bye run here at the tail end of the 670 class. Sportsman, you should be in the lane. Second call for Super Street. Sportsman should be in the lane. Super Street, second call. So Alex Plummer ensuring himself into the next round of racing. Does he get it? Does he hit it? Does he just pop it and go? Beazle TV director says he's going to hit it. That's what I thought last time. Looks like he's going to. In. Hard on the throttle. Win light for Alex Plummer. Sportsman, all those winners from the previous round should be back in the lanes. They are ready to run you now, so you need to be there. Super Street, they're calling you to the lanes now. Driven Diesel Super Street should be in lane 6. Hot Rod Semi, you should be getting ready. We're going to call you momentarily. Super Street, last call. Driven Diesel Super Street. They need you in the lanes. Last call. Right? ARP's Super Diesel in his first call. Super Diesel first call. You should be gearing yourself to come to the lanes. Race control will want you shortly. As we're back to another round here in our sportsman class. The ODSS racer. They'll go to the Hot Shot Secret left lane. We'll have the buy run, so another ODSS truck for that ODSS NHRDA showdown is going to advance out of this round. Keith Langwell from London, Ohio. So Bill Hahn from Montana got his sights set on a national points championship and a world title today. Trent Terry trying to be the guy that can upset the apple cart, the guy that can spoil Bill Hahn's dreams, because he's got to know by now that he is in the running to collect both of those highly coveted NHRDA titles at the World Finals, part of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. So Bill Hahn, single stack out the back. Trent Terry, single stack out the back. Who's got the chutzpah? Oh, not what Billy Hahn wanted off the line. That wheel hop might be costly. Dial to 772. And the win light goes on for Trent Terry, ending Bill Hahn's chance at a world title. Was that extra round enough to get around lane right and at least claim that national points championship? He was 10 back coming into the day. So Chris Perales is still alive here in our sportsman class. I think he's done in that 670 class. Jackson Blocker from Gallatin, Tennessee, dialed 750. Perales dial is 655, so that has went up. He started the day at a 645 dial in, changing it over to a 655 by a tenth. 9 Blocker leads first. That could be a whole shot victory for Perales, and it will be. Went 683 with a 2 on a 030 start. A whole shot win for Chris Perales. So his day of racing is still alive in sportsman. Hot Rod Semi, they are calling you to the lanes. Hot Rod Semi, Race Control wants you in the lanes. So, final call for Hot Rod Semi. Hot Rod Semi. We gave last call, and staging folks are still looking for the Hot Rod Semis. We need you to come to the lanes, please. Driven Diesel Super Street class is coming up. That's the 590 Index class. Nathan Bandstra from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, going to have that single lane run. Bandstra Diesel Repair sponsoring Nathan's run here at the Worlds. Going to be a good one in the 590. Went 581 with a 6 and 120 miles an hour in the 8th for Nathan Bandstra in the 590 dial. Not the ET slip that he's going to want to see. He was 0.2 of a second too fast on the light. He was nearly 0.2 of a second underneath that 590 index. Now coming up is Blaine Lafferty from Erie, Oklahoma, and George Lowen from Abilene. In this 590 class, winner comes back, loser can watch. From that deal with a win light for the Oklahoman. 590 went 6:15, but he was well out of the throttle way early as he realized he had that one locked up. Sportsman winners, we need you back. Sportsman winners, we need you back to the lanes, please. The staging folks are doing a great job of getting you guys done, so you need to get up there in the lanes, please. 670, PPE 670, that is first call. First call for the return of our 670 class, first call. Super Diesel semifinals, Kevin Morrissey versus Ryan Harmon. So Alvarado's Morrissey, Louisiana's Harmon will be staging up here in the Super Diesel category, sponsored by ARP. Find them at arp-bolts.com. So this will be interesting on the 770. Ryan Harmon bumping in. Morrissey follows suit. Both guys, decent reaction times. Mirror to mirror, door to door, bumper to bumper to the traps. Wind light goes on for Ryan Harmon from DeRider, Louisiana. Went 7.77. And unfortunately, Morrissey went under the 770 at a 7.67. Oh, 0.03 of a second. That's a tough way to lose. So Keith Langwell and Jeff Avery coming up here in Super Diesel. And again, Avery is right in it. I think a round win here might propel him past Lane Wright for that national points championship. But he has a hard running Keith Langwell. Keith hasn't had to participate in an actual race in a couple of rounds by drawing buys, a competition buy and a broke buy. He hasn't seen an actual competitive pass against somebody since round number 1, I don't believe. Will he get what he wants here? Can he finally put it together? Can he disregard the fact that he hasn't had to run hard? There was a Borble out there 100 feet out of the throttle at the stripe. Wind light is going to go on for Jeff Avery. So Avery is just taking one step closer to being a national championship. His world championships are still alive. .670 class, PPE 670. This is your second call. Second one, make it to the lanes, please. So those of you that are on Diesel TV, you can see there that shot from Diesel TV is of our Show and Shine winners that will get an opportunity for their award ceremony here in just a little bit. All of the bobtails, the combos, best of show, all of those participants are over there in the short shoot ready for an opportunity to get some Diesel TV time. Hot Rod Semi, we are waiting on you. Hot Rod Semis, we are waiting on you. Track is ready. Hot Rod Semis, we're waiting on you. Sportsman winners, we need you back to the lanes. Sportsman winners from that prior round, we need you back into the lanes as we're getting closer and closer to all finals being set to determine our national and world champions at the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series, the beautiful and historied Texas Motorplex, the home and the host of the World Finals. Great to have everybody coming out, those vendors, those sponsors. Lots of super cool stuff over in Vendor Row. I certainly hope you're taking advantage of all of the great stuff put together by the NHRDA, their sponsors, their affiliates, as well as those tremendous folks in the vendors, food huts. Everything working nicely here on a very warm Saturday at the racetrack. All right, here we go into our hot rod semi. This hot rod semi will be our semi-final round. The winners advance on. The losers will have to watch what transpires in the late stages of the day. Getting to be 5:30 now. Arnold Hernandez and Mario Minetti getting up on the line. Mario from Edmonton, Alberta. I used to say Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and one of my Canadian friends pointed out that would be like saying Ennis, Texas, USA. Just part of it not needed. So the guy that can post 10s has yet to get anywhere close. And Arnold Hernandez, the V-Bros. First burnout was done all day long that he didn't nearly run somebody over or go into the wall. All right, so Mario Minetti. There was a whole bunch of high-fiving and fist-bumping from the team in the last round. Will they be able to relive that emotion, relive that highlight, relive that excitement? Because Oscar is still in it. He's going to have a competition bye. The winner here gets Oscar in that main event, and Oscar's still got a chance to set the world record. Mario's proven tires. We saw that early in the day in qualifying. Mario Minetti will not be in the final. Topside when light goes on for Arnold Hernandez. So Oscar Velasquez, he has a little bit on the line in this and the next round when he meets his buddy that made the trip up to Texas from California to run. So Oscar from Los Angeles, California, 1957 Kenworth Model 921. Does he chase that world record here of 125.37 mile an hour, or does he leave it and just take it nice and easy, save it for that final round? That's what he's going to do. So Oscar Velasquez will go into for a world championship bid and a world record here in Hot Rod Semi. And Oscar, by virtue of double points, this could be quite a day for Oscar Velasquez. He could be the national points champion, he could be the world champion, and he could set a world record all in the next pass when we see Oscar Velasquez come back around. Good on you, oh man. into the 670 semifinal. Dustin Brown gets the bye run. So that farm truck is going to see the finals. The guy from Kennedy, Texas, that truck has won some of the big prize money purses that's happened in the last 10 years. It's been in the running for this NHRDA championship of Larry Brown. Now Dustin is going to see a chance in the 670. And who gets Dustin Brown? Is it going to be Alex Plummer from Golden Valley, Arizona? Will it be Jeremy Stickney from Waverly, Nebraska? The ODSS driver in the right side of the racetrack, which is sponsored this weekend by Power Stroke Products. Who is going to get the chance at Dusty Brown in the flatbed? Larry giving the kid the incentive, giving the iron, giving the kid the broad strokes of what to do, and he's been doing it very well. So Plummer and Stickney. This determines who gets Dusty Brown in that 670 World Final race. And the win light going to go on for the Waverly, Nebraskan, and Jeremy Stickney went 6.728 to the 6.763. That was a whole shot victory for sure out of the right lane. Good on you, kid. Stickney versus Brown in that 670 main event. Keith Langwell from London, Ohio, and Trent Terry. This is our sportsman semi-final round. One of these two goes for a world championship. .716 dial for Terry Langwell at a 770. Just about identical on the start, but the win will be Keith Langwell from London, Ohio, with the win light. Is Trent Terry went 768 on the dial and went 766 with a 9. Those thousandths of a second will most likely haunt Trent Terry. My, oh my. Keith Langwell for the sportsman class is going to run against Chris Perales for the sportsman championship. The odd combination of a guy that's racing 670 and sportsman. He is dialed at a 655. That was a 10th different than what he originally dialed this morning or this early afternoon in round number 1. And he's just going to break the beams, I believe. So, Chris Perales, he's going to see that main event. He's going to see the championship try. Neither one of those guys has had any shot at a title for the National Points Championship, but they are down to the world final attempt to be a world champion of the NHRDA. So those that have been participating in our show and shine on Friday and Saturday, the determinations have been made on who our winners are. We're going to get an opportunity to have them come on out. And I'll grab some paperwork here and we'll get ready to do this deal. Coming into the winner's circle, the Hammett Excavation Peterbilt. That is a model 389, 2023. And this has been awarded the best of show. And there has been some pretty cool stuff out there. This is Mason Clark. And I can see why, Mace, that this thing is best in show. There's been a little bit of elbow grease to make sure that all this all polished up and looking good. You got helpers, or you had to polish with the mothers yourself?
I had to polish it myself. I mean, I got help from our guys that work with us too.
So Hammett Excavation, what do you guys do? Are you predominantly like sewer stuff? You excavating on big construction sites?
We mainly do new sales at waste managements, and then also housing developments.
Nice. Those are great ways to get into that industry. I've got a buddy out in Lafayette, Indiana, where our sportsman champ is from, and that guy makes a killing just doing septic tank service, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, so you're best in show. Kind of tell us, is this an everyday hauler, or is this what just, I can tell by the hitch, this is a work truck?
Yes, sir. It's everyday hauler.
Everyday hauler. And how about recognizing some of the crew, some of the family, some of the teammates?
Yes, we got all of our other guys over here, Brandon Mendenhall, Josh, and Tristan. I mean, they all help us. We help each other shine these up and everything, and we run together all day long. So, you know, good friends.
Good friends that hang out, and he's going to get the award for being best in show, Mason Clark from Hammett Excavation.
Scott, Bob.
Wow, Hammett Excavation is racking them up. You have all sorts of trophies in the office now. So another one of our Hammett Excavation trucks. This also is a 2023 Peterbilt Model 389. Brandon Mendenhall with the best combo. He doesn't have nearly as much polishing that had to happen to that last one, but I like the paint on this one. And the pinstriping is done very, very well as well. A little bit of effort and energy put into the steps as well. So Brandon, congratulations. We just talked to your partner there in Mason Clark. You guys just kind of hang out, have some fun. Do you participate in show and shines often?
Pretty often, yes, sir.
It's a good way to spend with your buddies and a good way to kind of hang out with the trucking community, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's a good time. We like having fun and showing off what we work on every week.
Yeah, it is something when you've got something that you have to make a living with and you can go play with as well.
Yeah, exactly.
It's friends, family that help you polish, clean, make it look good.
Friends, coworkers, all of it. The bosses, everyone's involved in it.
Any ice cold beer?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. He is the combo winner, Brandon Mendenhall, in the Hammett Excavation Peterbilt. And now taking the award for Bobtail. Again, Hammett Excavation. Absolutely killing it. They're going to have to come up with more space in the office for the hardware. They are going home with product from Hot Shot Secret. So Tristan Brown, another brand new Peterbilt Model 389. So Hammett is doing well enough that everybody's got a brand new truck in the fleet. So Tristan Brown, a little bit different than the other guys that in. You got a little more real estate to try to keep clean. It's kind of cool to see you guys come out, and everybody from Hammett Excavation is going to go home with an award. Now you guys can't bag on each other really because everybody that's here got something.
Yes, sir. We had one more yellow truck here. He didn't take nothing home, but we all got to come out and have a good time.
Yeah, and it's kind of nice to you guys spend the work week working. You can spend the weekends playing.
Oh, yeah. It's fun time.
Anybody else help polish? Anybody else help clean?
Most of it just us guys that showed up here. We all help each other clean our trucks, polish for shows, and it's a lot of work.
You know, the sheer amount of real estate that you've got to clean. And this one isn't quite as easy. Those guys who've got a trailer that they can get away from if it's ugly, you're straddled to yours.
Exactly. Oh, yeah.
Folks, they did a tremendous job for Hammett Excavation and the Bobtail for Tristan Brown. So the Isaacs Wrecker Service is going to get a couple awards. He's going to win for the Friday Night Lights competition and the construction entry. truck number 300, and it is also got the Isaacs Motors rat rod for the most unique. So the Isaacs Wrecker Service guys taking away some hardware. Check Willoughby. Chuck, I like the Peterbilts. I think you guys have more accessory options than any of the other truck guys, or at least you spend more money on accessories than everybody else. I do have a question though. Is your seat set right down on the floor? Are you one of them lowrider guys? I could just see the brow of your eyes through the window.
Yes, sir. We are. Well,
what's the point of that?
Easy riding, man. Easy riding.
Easy ride of it. The rat rod on the back. I am a fan of rat rods. Did you have a hand in that thing?
Yes, sir. We all did. Everybody at Isaacs had a hand in that thing building it. It starts off from a 1938 and goes all the way to a 1990.
So 38 to 90, and the 90 stuff's got to be brakes, right?
It's the engine and transmission. That's all 90s. Everything else is old school.
Nice.
Everything is old school. Everything.
Well, it is a good-looking rat rod right out of Mad Max. The Isaac Service winning the construction title, the Friday Night Lights title, and then in our most unique title, Chuck Caldwell has brought that one in for most unique in Isaacs Motors. This next one kind of makes me, this next one makes me feel old. It is the winner of the Antique Combo. That is a 1986 Peterbilt. So somehow I've gotten old enough that 1986 is considered antique. The Ryan Construction from Zephyr, Texas. Once again, this is the winner of the Antique Combo. That's JT Fondy in the Model 359 Peterbilt. JT, you look to be like somebody that probably went to school in the 1980s, right? So how do you feel that in 1986 is now considered antique?
Old.
Old. It's just one of those things like I'm not ready for that. When the hairband music that we grew up with is all of a sudden on the oldies channel, you're like, well, what's going on with that? Good looking ride. A lot of work is done into it. It looks like you guys take very good care of it, and you got a pretty good helper there now, huh?
She does all the work.
Good for you, kid. Here's the deal. The more time you spend doing things like this, the less time you have to do stupid things and get in trouble, and boys are nothing but trouble. So, stay with the truck, right?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Caitlin.
Caitlin, what's your last name?
Fondy.
That's your dad?
Yes, sir.
He makes you work?
Yes, sir.
Do you ask him to work?
Sometimes I do.
Sometimes? Well, it's good that dad says, hey, you know what? Come learn a trade because trades are good. Congratulations. The 1986 Peterbilt 359, the Antique Combo. What's the daily duty?
Field mechanic for a drilling and blasting company.
So you were in the oil industry, drilling and blasting. Drilling, blasting, that is different than the oil industry. But that is a service truck, so you're making sure everybody else keeps America running.
That's right. We service all our own machine and some customers.
Well, good on you, man. We truly appreciate it. They are our Antique Combo winners, JT Fondy and his daughter, as they are going to collect the hardware for the Antique Combo and the Hot Shot Secret winner goodie. We are looking at going into the final rounds. We'll be crowning champions. 6:20. It is just now past 6 o'clock. At 6:20, we will go into the final rounds from Sportsman down through Pro Mod. One more chance to see opportunities at world records. One more chance to see who goes home with the crown of the National Points Championship and that World Championship for the NHRDA. Antique bobtail. Now, I can accept the 70s being considered antique. The Skrenner Enterprises Kenworth Cabover 79 K100. I'm sure that my buddy Gord Cooper has been by. You went and looked this thing, didn't you? Right? That's a guy knows more about Kenworths and probably Kenworth. This is Jim. Jim, I've been watching it race. I've seen this name on my sheets all weekend. I'm still butchering the last name. Say it for me.
Skriner.
Skriner. I was close, but I was off. So, cabovers have always been a favorite of mine. I don't know what the appeal is, but ever since I was a little guy, Dad drove a Kenworth log truck. And so when I would see these kind of guys, they were typically delivery trucks in my small town in Idaho. But whenever I saw them, I would always ask my dad, I'm like, hey, why don't you get one of those to go logging with? He's like, doesn't work. Don't know why, it just doesn't work evidently. But this thing's super cool.
I appreciate it.
You spent a little bit of time on the drag strip this weekend too.
Yeah, it's
pretty good showing.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
Second time out in the drag strip.
We were at Tulsa also.
And over in Tulsa, round number 3. Well, you've done a good job. You are the winner of the Antique Bobtail. Congratulations. He's going to get his goodies, courtesy of Hot Shot Secret and the NHRDA. Our Antique Bobtail winner in the cabover. And he's got his own cheering section. That's good too. The rest of the Enterprises folks helping with the Skriner. Now moving into our pickup truck categories from the show and shine this weekend. This is going to be the winner of the Tallest Lift Award. Colt Hadley in his 1-ton Power Stroke King Cab Long Box. And the lift. The lift is impressive. How much lift do you have on it, Colt?
About just shy of 12 inches.
Just shy of 12. Back in the day when lift kits started to become the thing in the 1980s, I was selling these. Typically, I would sell a lift kit. Within 2 months, they were back and they were needing steering stuff. There was always a problem, and they had a problem too with U-joints, yokes, drive shafts. Have they overcome that in the last 30 years?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so it's a 97 truck, and all the suspension's out of a 07 1-ton Ford. So it's got high steer kits, everything a modern truck has under a classic truck now.
Classic truck again. It's a 1997 and it's deemed a classic. I forget that it is 2025. Times went by so quick. How long did the build take?
It's been looking like this since about 2017, and I bought the truck in 2013.
So you had a little bit of time with it as a daily driver before you started the build. Now that you have the build done, is it easily get around town, or did you like it better when it didn't have a 12-inch lift?
I still enjoy driving it. It's a little bit tougher now on the boggers going down the highway, but I still enjoy it how it sits. I just don't daily drive it no more.
What's the next plan? Because builders always building, right?
I just mainly cruise it now. I have a few other trucks that I'm working on that kind of match this one, same color, same body style, that kind of thing.
Very, very nice. He is the winner of our Tallest Lift, Colt Hadley. So finishing out with our Show and Shine Awards, the 2014 3/4 ton Ram. It's got bags. I like that. Like my buddy Gord Cooper. Big old bag. Right? As he lowers her down and steps out, that's Carter Turpin. He is the winner of our best wheels. Some of the old heads and I were just kind of talking about the fact that when we were kids, the stereo was usually way more expensive than the car we drove. Give me an idea. Just, you don't have to tell me exact. Give me an idea of the price of one wheel.
I mean, it's on up there for sure.
It's one of those things that's almost embarrassing to say, right?
It's a good brand too, so we like KG1. So
KG1s and the low profile tire. I was not a fan when they came out in the 1980s, but now it does have an appeal, and those big fat wheels makes it look good too.
Absolutely, it sure does. Yep.
Family, friends, sponsors. How do you get such a nice ride? Hard work.
RYD Performance in Mansfield, Texas, and 142 Diesel in Terrell, Texas. So.
Well, congratulations. Good looking wheels. You'll deserve the award. So Carter Turpin, and the best wheel is our final of the Show and Shine. Again, 620. 620 is go time for our final round. 620. All of our winners should be getting themselves back to the staging lanes. Congratulations, all our winner of the Show and Shine. Thank you guys so much for coming out to the NHRDA World Finals weekend. Certainly hope you enjoyed yourselves as we're down to crowning champions at the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series.
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Products proven by third-party testing to unleash diesel engine performance. Increase fuel economy. Boost cetane. Lubricate and clean out pumps and injectors with Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Reduce wear, restore power, and lubricate critical internal components with Stiction Eliminator. Fuel and oil solutions that keep your diesel running in top condition, saving you time, money, and stress. Hot Shot Secret lives in the lab to make sure its products not only perform, but remain best in class. Pick up some today and see the difference for yourself. Hot Shot's Secret, powered by science.
Unleash the true power of your truck with Pacific Performance Engineering. Our high-performance intakes, charge pipes, and intercoolers boost your truck's horsepower and torque. Our high-grade aluminum transmission pans, oil pans, and differential covers ensure optimal cooling and efficiency. PPE delivers unmatched reliability and is your one-stop shop for all your performance needs. Visit PPEpower.com today to learn more.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hey, 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 hey. It is 6:18. That means 2 minutes. We are understanding from race control that not all of the finalists are in the staging lanes. It's time to bring them. All y'all. Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, Super Diesel, 670 Index, Super Street, Hot Rod Semi, Pro Street, Pro Mod. All y'all should be in the lanes because we're going back to 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 back. Staging lanes are now calling for all finalists. So race control wants all finalists. Staging lanes wants all finalists. Pro Street and Pro Mod, we need you to the lanes. Pro Street and Pro Mod. All y'all should be in the lanes. Pro Street and Pro Mod. Bring them, guys. We are ready to crown world and national points champions. We're going to focus more on the world championship right here, right now, because that is what this race is going to do, is crown a world champion. Keith Langwell and Chris Perales, Ohio versus Texas, coming up in our sportsman final. Langwell, this is the first time I've seen his name on the sheet at any of the events this year. However, I was not in Oklahoma. He might have been there. I did Arizona, Montana, and now Texas. But this is the first time I have seen Langwell's name. Chris Perales from Floresville, Texas, is ready to go. He's loading them in for the 2025 World Championship race of our Dynamite Diesel Sportsman class. That RPD ride of Keith Langwell from London, Ohio. He has only had to actually race half of his races today. Other than that, he had broke buys and comp buys. Chris Perales ran the 670 class and the Sportsman class. An odd combination, but if it culminates in a world championship, he's not going to care much. He dialed 655. Langwell dialed 770. Langwell is going to leave 1.15 seconds before Chris. Both guys leave the line well. Both guys in low lights as they get to the 8th stripe, and it is a double breakout with a win light going on for Keith Langwell. So the Sportsman beats the 670/Sportsman racer on a double breakout. Both guys went under. 655 was a dial in for Perales, went 6.482. Langwell had a 770, went 680. So a fantastic run. So here we go into our big rig bracket for the World Championship. I can tell you, in big rig bracket, defending the National Points Championship in 2025, Ricky Fenwick will be our national champion of the NHRDA in the big rig bracket, courtesy of 10-4 magazine. Jim Skriner and James Holbert, one from Oklahoma, one from Texas. Skriner from Oklahoma, Holbert from Texas, and that has always been a rivalry no matter where you are. Oklahoma and Texas. The Texans feel that Oklahoma is an ick. Oklahoma feels Texas is an ick. And now we're about to find out which is better at the big rig bracket main event. Skriner and Holbert. So the truck that just took away some hardware in the show and shine is now in the running for a world championship. Rick Fenwick will see the winner's circle as our national champion. And now we will find out which one is a world champion. Is it the cab over or is it the gunslinger? So Jim Skriner dialed a 21.20. He will leave over 6.5 seconds before James Holbert plays catch in the Redneck Gunslinger in the right lane, sponsored by Power Stroke Products. Skriner is away in the cab over Kenworth. Here comes Holbert. Again, a bang through the gearbox. Holbert cuts it light in the World Championship race. That's a guy that's dialed. Skriner was nearly a second left on the start line. Wind light goes on the top of the racetrack for James Holbert. The Texan beats the Oklahoman. 1460 dial, went 14.633 on an 069 light. James Holbert put the package together when he needed it, at the time he needed it. He is a world champion. And now into our Super Diesel, ARP Super D, Jeff Avery and Ryan Harmon. So Avery, if he wins this, he wins it all. He'll be the national points champion. He will be the world champion, but he's got to get around Ryan Harmon. Barnhart, Missouri versus DeRuyter, Louisiana. The 770 ARP Super Diesel class. They're both in, simultaneous, and the flashes to a green light go. A little bit of an advantage to Harmon as they get to the stripe, on the brakes hard, both double breakout. Worst of the offenders will be Jeff Avery. Ryan Harmon is the world champion. When light goes on, dialed 770 in the 770 index, went 7656 to the 7647. So the worst of the two was Jeff Avery. So Jeff will not be national champion. Jeff will not be world champion. He is all right there in his grasp, and he just went under. So Lane Wright will be the Super Diesel national champ. Dusty Brown and Jeremy Stickney. Can Larry Bounds' old farm truck get it down the flatbed off the line? But look at Jeremy Stickney. Stuck the start when he needed to, and then he's going to propel him to a world championship. Jeremy Stickney from Waverly, Nebraska will be the world champion in the 670 class. So Alex Plummer will be the 670 national champion. Jeremy Stickney, the world champion in 670. Now into our Super Street 590 index class. Blaine Lafferty is the national points champion. Blaine Lafferty is in the final versus Nathan Banstra. So Lafferty, that came into the day fifth, tied for fourth in points, will be the national champ. Can he be a world champ as well from Erie, Oklahoma? Nathan Banstra from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. He's got a chance for ODSS. Red light goes on. Blaine Lafferty beat himself on a red light start. So Nathan Banstra will be the world champion of the Super Street 590 class. Good on you, Nate. Those guys are going to share the podium here. One will be a national, one will be a world champion. In our hot rod semi. And coming up with a chance at a world record, a chance of a national and world title for Oscar Velasquez, left lane in the Hot Shot Secret side. Arnold Hernandez, both these dudes from Cali came together. They end up in the final. If Oscar comes in as the runner-up, Wayne Talkington would be the national points champion. So it all comes down to this one right here, right now, to determine a lot. Again, there's a world record up for grabs, there's a national points championship, and a world championship on the line. It's all settling on Oscar Velasquez. Can he put together a 1,000-foot run for all of the money, all of the marbles, all of the bragging rights, all of the titles, everything for Oscar Velasquez right now? To be the ET guy and the world record holder in the mile per hour, that's something. But if you can be the mile per hour holder in this hotly contested class, that's saying something as well. So the old man takes on Arnold Hernandez, the Golden State Boys. have come to the Lone Star State. And it comes down to 1,000 feet to determine a lot in this class. I seen Smoking Gun Gord Cooper. He's watching diligently, eyes peeled. Oscar, Arnold, everything riding on one pass down the drag strip for Oscar Velasquez. He could triple dip it. They're in, they're gone. The stripe, when light goes on, Oscar Velasquez. He has retained the national title, and look at this. He went 127.62. He's going to do it. The triple threat just did it at a 127.62. So we are going to do the math really, really quick here on that mile-per-hour world record and see if Oscar Velasquez, he had to have. So the 127 backed up the 125. So a new world record of the NHRDA in hot rod semi, 125.37 miles an hour. A natty, a world. He did it. Oscar Velasquez put all of the pieces together on one final pass. Woohoo, Oscar! And here comes the Pro Street final. Summit Racing Pro Street. So it comes down to the same kind of scenario for Philip Franklin. The Natty, the World, and a WR. He has locked up 1/3 of it. He's locked up the Natty. Now the world record and the world championship for Philip Franklin and Opie and the rest of the crew that has worked so hard to earn these titles. The 2006 3/4-ton Dodge taking on Matt Ray, the guy from Oregon. So Matt Ray came in 4th in points. He isn't going to do the Natty because Philip rocked that up, but it comes down to this pass to see if Philip Franklin can set a world record and be a world champ, or Matt Ray, can he go away with a world championship? Can he take down Philip Franklin, who has been an absolute beast the last multiple years in this class? So Opie gonna get the hides wet, slick them up, warm them up, get ready for that hard hit pass. So 481 and 157.47. That would set a world record on both ends if he's able to back it up by 10%. So 481, 157.47, that was last night's last qualifying pass. He felt he could get to the 470s. He may need it here to keep Matt Ray from seeing a world championship. Here we go, giggity. I like it. Phillips in. Matty's in. Release, and it's all for 483.3. 158.04 miles an hour. We've got new world records, a world championship, a national championship. It all belongs to Opie and the boys. 483 and 3 at 158.04. And the last pass of the 2025 Chase for the Championship. He will be a national champion. He will be world champion. And he has set a world record at 167.04. Right here this weekend, we have saw history. Oh, and he went at 170, so we could see some change here on that world record as well for Wade in that 63 split window Corvette. Buheider and the rest of the crew have done such a good job, the TSD crew. This is the last hit of 25 for the NHRDA at the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. While I got the chance, Kyle and crew from Hot Shot Secret, man, it's been fun. Good on you guys. All right, Wade. What you got one last time for us, brother? See Buheider on the headset talking to his driver. Wadester. Finally getting some hits, finally getting some passes. Will this be another? Oh, he had to get out of her at 60, but he is going to be a world record holding world champion and a national points champion. Congratulations to all. What a great 2025 NHRDA Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. And a great place to do it here at the Texas Motorplex. All winners, all winners. We need you down to the winner's circle. It's time for awards at Diesel TV.
We're done? Oh, okay. You got it. Ba, ba, ba.
And in the ODSS NHRDA shootout, the challenge between the two, it will be a third consecutive year in a row for the NHRDA. They are the shootout winners. All right. Here in the winner's circle, I should have Bill Hahn and Keith Languel. Big rig bracket, I should have Rick Fenwick and James Holbert. In Super Diesel, Lane Wright and Ryan Harmon. 670, Alex Plummer and Jeremy Stickney. Super Street, Brian Lafferty and Nathan Banstra. Hot Rod Semi, Oscar Velasquez. Pro Street, Philip Franklin. And then, of course, Wade Minter in Pro Mod.
All right, one more time, guys. I know that if you won, you just got back to your pits and you're high-fiving and everything, but Diesel TV is still live over here, so if you can get out of your pits, grab a golf cart, whatever, head on over. I need all my national champions, all my world champions. I need you as soon as possible to come over to the bottom of the tower at the winner's circle. All right, I know I've been calling you lanes all day long, but again, most of you guys know it. I need Minter and Franklin. I need you guys over here. So again, if you are a national champion or a world champion, we need you to the winner's circle. All right, guys, one last time. We got like 80% here. If you won, if you're a national champion, world champion, please make it to the winner's circle. Ryan Harmon. Is Ryan Harmon at the starting line? Ryan Harmon, if you're out there, Ryan Harmon, we need you to the winner's circle. Ryan Harmon, again, I need you to the winner's circle. Again, Ryan Harmon, right there. Boom.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series at the NHRDA World Finals weekend at the Texas Motorplex. It is time to get some Diesel TV time and some awards to our world champions, to our national champions. So we're going to go down through all of our world champions, and those that doubled up, we'll get them at the same time. We are going to start and do it in our same run order that we did in our qualifying and in our finals. So sportsman class. Sportsman class, world champion, Keith Languel, the ODSS driver. Keith, congratulations, man. I was talking to you just a moment ago. You heard me earlier on the PA say, man, I just don't think I've ran into that name this year. I was very pleasantly surprised that I was pronouncing it correctly. The ODSS guys had a good showing. You made a game of it this year. It was close in points. But what's the emotion? What's the feel? When you came in, were you anticipating, hey, I've got a chance? Obviously, wait, let me back that up. You're a racer. You're a competitor. You always have that feeling, I'm going to win. But as the day wore on, did it start to settle in? Did you get a little bit of the butterflies?
Oh, yes. I started the year a little rough in the ODSS series. I kept breaking out, kept going too fast, so I kept playing, trying to get it slowed down. 4 races ago, I finally got it dialed in where it needed to be. And I qualified first in Bowling Green. Right as we were staging for the first round of eliminations, the rain came in, and we were literally pulling into the bulbs, and they started waving their hands. So that ended that day. Went down to Knoxville, won the 770 class, red lit by .003 in the ET class. So I finished second in it, and then went to Scheid, finished third. And so I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go to the World Finals. The truck's running where it should be, and I'll go down there and represent ODSS and see what happens.
You know, it just seems like when the ball starts rolling, when that snowball starts building, the confidence comes. When you got the tune right and you know all I do is my job and it works out, that's where sometimes racers beat themselves.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And it felt good, and everything was rolling good. And, yeah, I was very, very, very pleased.
And I'll tell you, we were the ultimate spoiler in that sportsman class as well. Nobody saw this coming. He is the world champion of sportsman class, Keith Langwell. Congratulations to Keith and the rest of the crew at ODSS. Man, I'm super happy for you. Congratulations.
Qualifier in 770 today.
You were the #1 guy all the way around. That is so good to see. So we cruise into our big rig bracket class. I just talked about Langwell being the ultimate spoiler. Kind of saw the same sort of thing in our sportsman category as well. He is the newest big rig bracket class world champion. He is now etched into the history books of the NHRDA. James Holbert, world champion. Congratulations, world champion. Have you ever had those kind of accolades in your racing career before?
No, sir.
When you came into the day, anticipating something like this could happen?
Every racer does. The team did their job, and we hope for the best, and the truck did what it was supposed to.
And the driver did his job as well. Sponsors make it happen?
My team, Redneck Diesel, they just kept the truck together.
The Redneck Diesel is the Big Rig Bracket world champion. Congratulations to James Holbert. And another spoiler as we roll into our ARP Super Diesel category. He upset the apple cart, tremendously so. Jeff Avery was right there on the cusp of wrapping up a lot of really good things. He could have been another one of we got 2 drivers this weekend that ended up with national and world titles. Ryan Harmon, he is our Super Diesel world champion. Way to go, man. There was a lot of names that chased this thing for the last several years. They've all wanted this position that you're in. So congratulations. What was the difference maker on Saturday?
Well, we came in Friday, and we were a little fast on the time. So we made some tuning adjustments, came in, and just made it happen.
That's a tricky proposition, too. When you've been racing all summer long, you kind of got an idea where your settings should be, what your tune should be, and then you get to a racetrack like, ooh, we got to back it off. Is that something that you're like, maybe as a driver, you're like, hey, maybe it's something I can do, or do you just immediately look to the tune?
Well, actually, this is my first time on the track this year, so we just made some qualifying runs and just went from there.
Folks, how humble is that? I love that. It's never I, it's always we. Ryan Harmon, Super Diesel, world champion. So as we continue on with our trophy ceremony here for the World Finals at Texas Motorplex, this is the Hot Shot Secret Winner's Circle. 670 index class. We're just going to get faster and faster as we have all day long. He came in without his name in the top 11 of points. So maybe he was somebody that was overlooked as we went into the late stages of the day. But he is forever going to be a world champion of the NHRDA in one of the bigger classes, the 670 index world champion, Jeremy Stickney. Congratulations. This is a pretty tough class. There are some names in this deal that you had to come out and overcome. You achieved a lot. Where's the trophy going to go? Where is your wife? Let me look. No, I don't see a ring. But where's the better half going to let it be?
Hopefully on the refrigerator.
Refrigerator right up there with all of the dog medicine and the cough syrup.
Right.
They're just dust collectors anyway. The memories is what you'll always have.
Absolutely. And we are, I was just happy that I could represent for ODSS well. Come down here and race the NHRDA guys. Racing different trucks, it was awesome. So
It is kind of nice to know that as we keep building this thing with the ODSS and the NHRDA, hopefully one of these days it'll have a good showing for both sides and make this a really good East-West shootout.
Right.
Sponsors?
All the fluids in the truck are from Hot Shot Secret. Transmission by Banghart Diesel, turbo stainless diesel, tuning by Ryan at Hardway, refined custom cabinets, and my better half Jen right there. She's the biggest sponsor and supporter of the whole thing. So,
well, thank you, Jen, because now you're never going to live down the fact that he's going to look at you and go, baby, go get the world champ something out of the fridge, right? So Jeremy Stickney, he is a 670 world champion. As we move on to our Super Street class, the 590 Index. As I look down through the top 8 in points, his name is not even on the list, but he came in with a purpose, he came in with a goal, and he achieved those things. Nathan Banstra is our Super Street champion. I believe you're another one of the ODSS guys, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Where is home? I forgot on the sheet. Where's home?
Home is South Dakota.
South Dakota, just like those guys from Minnesota, right?
No, not quite. That's a Minnesota thing.
For sure. They all got Norwegian roots somewhere. So, Nathan, you had a very, very good day. Obviously, I watched every pass, and you just got stronger as the day went on.
Yeah, I was really nervous. We ran the Hardway no-time event last night, so we didn't get to the first or second qualifier. So today, first qualifier, it wasn't looking good. Truck was not reacting as it should, and just the ladder worked out. I had to go against Brett Markham, and that guy's got incredible reaction times. And so on a luck, he broke out, and I ran a 590, and yeah, the rest is history, I guess.
Sponsors?
Master Diesel Repair. I've got Flux Diesel. Their injectors are fantastic. Wagler Performance, JZ Manufacturing, their turbos, and Starlight Diesel for tuning.
Folks, he will forever be a world champion now at the NHRDA. Nathan Banstra, our Super Street winner. Now on to my favorite class, well, one of my favorite classes, which is the Hot Rod Semi. Everything, I mean everything was on the line on one last 1,000-foot pass. The National Points Championship, the World Championship, and possibly to be a world record holder. Nailed it, did it, completed all 3 tasks. He leveled up. Oscar Velasquez, National World Champion and World Record holder. Congratulations. I know this group before. I've interviewed you guys. The new world record in Hot Rod Semi in the mile per hour, 125.37 miles an hour. They seem to fall fairly rapidly in your class. Do you think it can hold for at least another year or two?
I think so.
Yeah, 125.37. Even though I think you ran just a little bit quicker than that to back that up. Do you think 130 plus is it?
It was 128, and then the last one was 127. So I think we're there.
You're there. You guys did a great job, and I know that you ran up against your California buddy there in the final. Is from Tijuana. All right. So is there a little bit of rivalry there, or is it just good old boys having fun?
Just 2 good old, brothers, because we feel like we're brothers, just having fun out here in the track,
Sponsors help?
Yes, I want to thank first Mario Manette with MHPD. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be out here. He paid our way out here for us to come and have fun with him and everybody else. I want to thank also Warren from Premco. He helped us out. I want to thank Pacific Trucks from Signal Hill. He sells trucks out there. He sponsors us. APC with our heads. He helps us out a lot from Vancouver, Washington. I want to thank Steve Samet with Conga Cams. He custom cam that we have in our Big Cam Cummings. He helped out a lot with it. You know, I want to thank my family, my wife, my brothers, everybody that comes out and helps us out a little bit. But the number one thing that I want to thank is our Lord Jesus Christ for letting us come here and have fun and enjoy what we do and have fun with each other. You know, if it wasn't for him, we would not be here. And you know, and you can tell that this week somebody gave their life because of that, and we thank him for that also. Amen. You know, and last but not least, I want to thank Kyle from Hot Shot Secrets. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be doing these kinds of events.
Congratulations. National champion, world record holder, Oscar Velasquez. And we'll keep that theme alive of a national, a world, and a record. He was the cream of the crop all the way through the year. He came in with a pretty serious points lead. I don't know if he's really going to care too much about those titles. I think these guys chase numbers. He is a world record holder. He is the national champion. He is the world champion of Pro Street, Philip Franklin. We've done this a time or two. That's why I'm able to say on the PA when you and Opie are out there running that you're the most undiscerning guy, very quiet, very demure, killer in the race truck. I know the team gets out there, they get behind you, they support TSD, Team Opie. You guys are not new to national or world championships or setting world records, but the new numbers are 483.3 at 158.04. How much more do you got? Where is the limit? Where's the ceiling?
The plan was 70s, but track temp was a little hot earlier today, and it just smoked tires. So we put it back on the tune that went 481 last night and went right down through it.
We really thought, honest to God, on that second pass last night, both Randy and I were up there. We're just dead set and certain that it was going to happen, and it looked like it was going to, but things kind of got a little bit sideways, and you did the right thing as a driver. It's better off to get back in the race than burn it out in a qualifying pass. So the folks for Team Opie, we hope to see you back. Can't wait to see you defend this thing because it is yeah, he is. He is a national champion as well as a world champion and a world record holder. Very, very well done. How about thanking the sponsors?
Thanks Truck Source Diesel, S&S for all the fuel system electronics, Midwest Turbo, Hot Shot Secret for the fuel and the oils, family and friends that help out at all the races, and I think that's about it. Parks Engine Service for building a hell of a bottom end, and we're going to come back next year and hopefully go 70s, maybe 60s.
I like to see that. I told you, he's a quiet, unassuming guy, killer in the race truck. National champion, world record holder, Philip Franklin. And we will end this portion of the awards with yet another triple hitter. National title, world championship title, and a new world record in Pro Mod. Wade Mentor of the 63 Split Window Corvette and the crew have done such a great job. And it's got to be tough. It's got to be tough when you show up and there's no competition and you desperately want competition, and then you have 7 passes in a row, including Montana, to hear that the thing just wouldn't hook. You couldn't get the power to stay to the ground, and then finally it came around this weekend, and boom diggity, 167.04, kid.
Yeah, that was a pretty good one. It's got a lot more in it, and we'll get it there.
You know, it can't be easy. Like when we were in Montana, that racetrack just absolutely would not hold the horsepower, but it didn't keep you from trying, just like we saw early in this weekend too. You didn't give up. There's no quitting that in that guy. There's no give up in that kid. You absolutely kept laying it to it. Randy and I were talking that one where you set the 167. You drove through some stuff at 330.
Yeah, it shook the tires a little and got a little shaky, but we drove through that one. And when I feel like I can drive through it, I do. But sometimes it's you can't.
Yeah. Erring on the side of caution is probably the way to go. And you're a 4-wheel drive guy. It was way different in the pickup because you had something to kind of pull you through some of those things. Car's a little bit different in that respect.
Yeah, it's totally different setup. It's not the same at all. So
I foresee more world records and more titles in this guy. How about thinking sponsors for me, Wade?
Truck Source Diesel for sure. Chris, according to them, we couldn't do it. Period. There's no doubt. And Wagler Competition Products and Hot Shots and SNS.
Folks, he is national, world, and world record holder Wade Minter. Now let's go into our national championships. Before all of you NHRDA racers take off, we would like you to stick around. Once we're done with the national titles, we would like to get the NHRDA guys up here and girls up here for a picture because the NHRDA did take the ODSS versus NHRDA East-West Shootout title again this year. We'll go back to the top of our run order. He came into the day 10 points back. He had a chance to double down. Unfortunately, the second title didn't come. The first title is solid. The National Points Sportsman Champion 2025. The guy from Montana, the big star, Big Sky Stater, that is Bill Hahn. Well done, man. Well done. Certainly enjoyed what we had just a couple weeks ago at the Big Sky Truck Fest there at the Yellowstone Drag Strip. And then to come down here, lock up the National Points Championship. I feel for Lane. I'm happy for you. I feel for Lane. This is kind of reminiscent, almost a mirror image of what happened to him a year ago. Doesn't matter. National title. Can you come back and defend it in a year?
Yes. Yes, we'll be back next year.
Sponsors that make it happen for you, bud?
My buddy Tim at Diesel Extreme, my buddy Brian at Up and Smoke Diesel, my parents with Lost Creek Red Angus, and my wife and son at home. So,
fantastic. When you wear a size 15 shoe, you probably stomp that loud pedal pretty good. Our national champion, Bill Hahn. A guy that is no stranger to national championships. In fact, he's got a plush toy that is wearing a national championship or a world championship ring from the NHRDA. Out of Cotton Shoe, Texas, the one and only Puddin'. Ricky Fenwick, he is our national champion, the rough and ready driver for Big Rig Bracket. Congratulations. Make sure that little guy gets in here in the good shot. We've got to make sure that we get that on camera as well. We went to the banquet a year ago. You packed that thing around in your pocket. You were waiting for me to say something about it. So all year long, I've been waiting for my chance to say you're the only tough guy, Texas, I know that walks around with a plush toy in his pocket and a toothpick in his mouth.
Well, I was disappointed because when a guy walks up with a pony in his pocket, you don't ignore it. And you totally ignored it at one of the events, and I was heartbroken. I thought better of you than that, but you've redeemed yourself here today, so thank you.
Well, when you got a pony in your pocket, it's just kind of one of those things in 2024, 2025. I really don't know what to say. You know, what's wrong with this guy? Because I'm just a normal guy from Idaho. I assume you're a normal guy from Texas.
Well, normal's relative, but with my group of friends and the guys we run with, it's definitely a concern to not ask too many questions. So I understand that too.
How nice was it to see the Clifton boys?
Man, those are my brothers, and it's great to get out here. We run our trucking companies, and our lives together, our families together. And this is, Randy gave us a great opportunity years ago when I talked to him and let the trucks come out and run. And it's morphed into, just a really great opportunity for another way that we live our trucking lives. So having them out and all the working trucks that come out and show and, participate. It's great to see Jim Skriner from Drumright. It's great to see him out, and putting up a good showing too. So it's great to see all the guys that we run and do trucking events with showing up.
Notice how he never gives up on needling me. Congratulations, my friend. I'm very, very happy for you. The national points champion in the big rig bracket, Rick Fenwick. This one is probably a little bit bittersweet because last year it escaped him. This year it almost got away from him. I mean, it came down very, very close for this guy to not get any accolades for a hard-fought year at all. But he prevailed. No give up in that guy. No quit in that kid. He is our national points champion for Super Diesel, Lane Wright. Man, I'm happy for you. I'm sad for you. I'm happy for you. I just can't wait to see you get back out here next year and chase this thing hard.
Yep. Yeah, it was tough. I mean, it's, go from Montana, higher elevation, everything runs slower. You get down here, everything runs faster. And today it was just the same thing. The truck would do great on the first half of the run, and then the back half was just always too fast. And sometimes it's your day, sometimes it's not. Today, I got lucky.
And it takes a little bit of luck. It takes some ingenuity. It takes some skill. It takes the right tune. But at the end of the day, you got to have a little bit of sunshine on your side.
Yes, sir. 100%. Yep. You can go anywhere, and if it's your day to win, it's your day to win. If it's not, it's somebody else's.
That's class. That's humble. That's class. Sponsors that help make it happen, man.
Well, Kyle's helped us out a lot with hot shots. Kept the truck running all year. Good oil. It's been great. All-in truck performance. They've always done me great with my truck. Kept the transmission happy, tuning and whatnot. And then I got a local sponsor that helped me travel down the road. Specialty Trucks of Lubbock. They deal in a lot of towing rigs and service trucks and whatnot. So without them, it would be really tough to make it down the road this year. But with them on my side, it sure made it a lot easier.
Well, this guy persevered. Never quit. Never, ever quit. Lane Wright, Super Diesel national champion. And to our 670 class, he came into the day solidly locked up. This was one of the only times it was not in doubt, it was not in question. Alex Plummer, the 670 class national champion. Stranger danger. Congratulations, gang. Alex, you had it locked up, but was there any worry, any apprehension, any thought in your head of, hey, I got to put it together, I got to have a better opportunity at it? You guys step over this way just a little bit. I want to make sure that you get on the Diesel TV. Like you say, was there any butterflies, any worries?
Yeah, I mean, there always is. These 670 guys are no joke. I mean, we always get paired with real good racers, and, I mean, I don't even know how to explain it. The friends we make here, the racing is phenomenal, and these guys are nailing it. I mean, shoot, we're trying to be competitive, too, and be consistent, and they're just as consistent. So we're fighting it,
It's a good class. How about sponsors that make it?
No real sponsors, but I would like to thank a few people. My little brother here definitely helping me out big time, getting the truck ready. Some big things in my shop going on, and he's been a huge help. This trip, my mom came to help us out with the daughter. Big deal. And then, of course, my loving, beautiful wife. Could not do this without her. I got some real good guys helping me out, like Mark Broviak tuning. He just keeps me dialed in. We have big help this year with Nitrous Express. Got a hookup there. Of course, want to thank like Josh Dosto with All Balls Transmission, and love to thank SNS Diesel. They've been killing it and helped me with fuel stuff too.
They killed it for the National Points Championship. 670 national champion Alex Plummer. Super Street, the 590 class. This is one of those that was definitely a come from behind. Came into the day tied for fourth in points, and then drove his way into a national championship. Blaine Lafferty. And this was definitely one of those classes where he was on the outside looking in at the national championship. Of course, the world championship, that was there for the taking, didn't happen, but that national championship, you went from fourth to first, man. Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
That's why you race the race, right? Yes. Paper's just paper.
Yes, absolutely.
How about sponsors that help you out?
Yeah, Hot Shot Secrets, D&J, Extra G Performance, and Hardway.
Congratulations to our national point champion in our Super Series class, Blaine Lafferty. Get Oscar real quick, you said? So we're going to bring Oscar Velasquez back so he can get his national points championship trophy as well. As I said, he was the national, he's the world, he holds a world record. That's a pretty cool family shot that you guys got a few minutes ago. That is something that in my age group, it would be something that would be forever ensconced in plastic inside a thing called a photo album. Now we just have to go back in our digital device and go, oh, remember that day? So congratulations, friend. It's a memory you'll never forget.
Of course, you know, my father has always kept us all together as a family, one unit, and my brothers and I, you know, we stuck together. There's always that civility, you know, problems between us, but we persevere and we're always stuck together, you know. And
that is a good thing because I wish I could say that about mine. I watch yours and I'm inspired.
Thank you. And you know, if it wasn't for my father that you know that has imposed that in us, our family, you know, wouldn't be as united as it is now. And I thank him for that, and you know, him that he's a preacher and he's shown us the word, and he's the one that's kept us all together.
Folks, giving it all back to the love of dad and the family. Oscar Velasquez, our national champion in Hot Rod Semi. I do want to do one thing real quick before we get all of our NHRDA drivers in here. Real quick. I want to get our world champion of sportsman back up here real fast from the ODSS because Keith Langwell did not have a chance. I got so wrapped up in talking to him. He's a great interview. I forgot to say, hey, man, sponsors make a difference, huh?
Absolutely. Rittenhouse Performance Diesel out of London, Ohio for the engine build and everything he's done on the truck. And I could not do this without Hot Shots. I run their fluids in my motorhome, the generator on my motorhome, my daily driver, and my race truck, and they have just been phenomenal.
Folks, that's a class act, making sure that he came back to me and said, hey, I want to say thank you to some people. That's what makes racers great. He is their world champion, and Keith Langwell, thanking his sponsors. So we do need all of our NHRDA drivers, all NHRDA.
All right. All my racers, come on up. Any NHRDA racers still? Come on. I know there's more than 3 of us. Well, make Wade stand right out front. That's what I'm going to do. Wade's right out front. Kyle, get in here. Come on, Kyle. Kyle, put your camera down. Uh-huh. This guy right here makes it happen for ODSS and NHRDA. Everybody move. Get in here closer. This guy right here makes both series go. And I will say I'm proud NHRDA did it, but Ziegler, Jared Jones, a few other people, if you'd have been here, we wouldn't be keeping this trophy. I looked at the points, and if the people would have showed up, we would not have this trophy. So we're taking it again, but I know we're probably losing it next year. So again, thank you, ODSS, NHRDA, and Kyle Fisher. All right, Mr. Heaton. Woo! 2025 in the books.
Arizona, Oklahoma, Montana, Texas. I'm NHRDA for life, buddy. Thanks.
You know, Robin Ridgway, when we did quit in 2018, she came with a hashtag NHRDA for life. I might get choked up. I didn't realize how much that really meant to everybody, but it is.
Yep,
so,
for sure.
Great season. New records everywhere. We already got the schedule secured for next year, so we're going to release that shortly. But Arizona, Montana, trucking in Tulsa, World Finals gets moved 2 more weeks. We're at the end of September, so maybe this ungodly heat will not burn us to the ground. Final thoughts on 2025?
It was awesome just to watch the perseverance, those that just do not give up, that do not quit. Everybody gives it their all. It's just a pleasure to watch, and I get to watch all of it. You know, I'm paid to watch it, but I get to watch it, and I thoroughly enjoy it.
I do too. So, signing off for last time in 2025. Woo, getting choked up. I'm Randy Cole.
I'm Scott Heaton.
This is Diesel TV.
We'll see you on Diesel TV.